Hey, everybody, welcome back to my Star Wars show. I'm joined, as always, by Mr. Andrew Roscoe, and we're here today for a very, very, very important episode of the show because we are finally talking about season 2 of Andor. We have both obviously been hotly anticipating this. That anticipation only built and built and built as those reviews dropped, as the Metacritic climbed higher. And when I saw the day before the first 3 episodes dropped, which is what we're going to talk about here in this first chunk of the video, when I saw that Andor season 1, knowing how beloved it is, knowing how much we loved it, seeing that had a 74 average on Metacritic, and then seeing Andor season 2 get a 93, I was like, we're in for a treat. And so, Andrew, here's where I want to start. What's your 30-second feeling on these first 3 episodes? 30-second feeling from 40,000 feet.
Yeah,
in the air.
I looked up because I'm like, it was gonna
I can't forget it. I always say it. How are you feeling about the start of Andor season 2, this first arc of the show, and how it's living up to, if it is living up to your expectations?
I mean, initially my first thought is I love the opening, just the very opening of that first episode. It feels very Top Gun Maverick. I kind of like the little flipping of switches and scanning and setting up. I'm like, oh, this is kind of giving me like little Top Gun vibes. I'm just waiting for Danger Zone to start playing or something. But um it's odd. I think that the odd thing is that these first 3 episodes of Andor have very little of Andor, considered like compared to like season 1. I think I like how we've expanded the cast so much now, where we can Andor's he's still there, but he's a little more in the background compared to some of the other players in the show. I mean, obviously Mon Mothma. I always pop for a Mon Mothma scene. Although she kind of has a little less to do in this first arc compared to obviously all the other episodes we've seen of her in season 1. But just I like how we're bringing back Krennic with Ben Mendelsohn, and just kind of expanding, and sort of we're starting to see if season 1 of Andor is kind of the sort of slow radicalization of him. This is much more of him being kind of a central front figure for the rebellion and kind of being way more involved. I want to say more, but I think that's like 30 seconds. So there you
Yeah, I think it's a little slow.
go.
Now,
Yes.
I got to get that out of the way. I think that that's kind of unavoidable. And of the very limited criticism that I've seen of the show, this first arc is considered the weakest, it seems.
Just like
I
season
would,
1. Just like season 1, kind
yeah,
of.
yeah. And to be clear, I don't think that this first arc is anything less than great,
Mhm.
or in some of the threads, amazing. I think what's interesting about it is that Tony Gilroy and company really decided to take time to set the table and remind us who our characters are, and then show us where where they've gone after we left them in season 1, because there's a year, I think,
Mhm.
about that passes, and we find ourselves at 4 BBY, which is 4 years before the Battle of Yavin. So we're gonna continue to have
Countdown.
time elapse to where Rogue One, I believe, just literally starts in the end of season 2. But with that caveat, I think what's so interesting to me about the first arc is the way that it's really concerned with this idea that the rebellion is pressing, but life goes on. And I think that that's a really interesting theme and idea we see in all different facets. We're
Mhm.
seeing this open rebellion from Cassian, but we're also seeing this sort of shadowy world that Luthen continues to live in. We spend time on Chandrila with this elaborate wedding. We see Dedra be subjected to the in-laws, and all these scenes have sort of different levels of peril, and our characters sort of have different levels of agency in these moments, but I think they all kind of circle the drain of this central idea that the rebellion doesn't supersede the cultures of these planets, doesn't
Mhm.
supersede the traditions, the rituals, the mundanity of life. It all happens, and it's about how do these things intersect. And I think we're seeing that. And I think that the fact that it feels slow is in some ways a criticism, but it's also illustrative of, I think, how carefully doled out information is,
Hmm.
to where we feel frustrated, I think, as the characters do. As we're waiting for a message from Caspian or Cassian. I don't know. Caspian's a different guy, I know. So waiting for a message from Cassian, or we're wondering what's going to happen to Take Colma as he keeps,
Hmm.
needling at Mon, and we know that Luthen has this plot too, as I think we can kind of assume, to kill him, right?
Hmm.
We're stuck on the edge of information, on the edge of revelation, and I think that the ability for Tony Gilroy to keep us in that place, I think, is just so excellent. And it kind of just, to me, reinforces how good of a writer he is. But Andrew, I'm curious, which through line, which plot do you wanna begin with? Or let's put it to you this way: which of the different plot threads we follow in the first arc interested you the most?
Right at the beginning, actually, when we see this imperial, I don't know, she is an engineer of some kind, and she's going through thumbing through all the stuff, and then she goes to Andor, and she has this very short conversation with him, and it seems like she's been turned. Basically, she's been turned for the rebellion, and just the dialogue they kind of have, it felt very much like Cassian. It feels kind of like she was almost like a suicide bomber in a way or something. The way they kind of talk about things like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to look at you," and she says like, "Is it weird that I had fun here being here?" Like just kind of like someone who's like, and she says the line about like, if I die, is it worth, if I die, like, well, is all of this worth it? And it seems very like very harrowing right at the beginning, very kind of like stakes are high. And of course the stakes are high, but this is the kind of dialogue you don't typically see in Star Wars. People don't get this kind of dramatic really. Especially having watched Revenge of the Sith just yesterday. I'm like, oh yeah, this dialogue's nowhere close to that. But just that kind of, and then Andor, he's very calm. He's very hey, like relax, like it's not a big deal if you see me or whatever. And like he kind of like calms her down, talks her through it, and like it's such a big contrast to where he was like in the first season, where he doesn't believe in anything really. He's kind of just sticking to for himself, and now he's here, kind of like at the forefront, recruiting people, getting his hands on Imperial tech and stuff, and he's just kind of like relax, like of course this is, of course this is very important. You're part of this inner circle now, and like it reminds me like this. I feel like these are like almost like extremists. Like this is like a suicide bomber or something like that. And I don't know if you kind of got that too, but it just felt like wow, like we're really in deep now. Like you're saying, like there's like the rebellion and all that stuff. Like especially after where we left at the very end of last season, like there are people in pockets all over the galaxy now, kind of, I hate the term, but like waking up to the empire, right? And kind of
Yeah.
we're having this conversation, and he says like no, like relax. Like I think he says the line of you're coming home now, kind of like you're like it's starting to like sink in. And there is this repeating theme throughout this arc, Rogue. If you remember from the first season, it was climb, right? Everything was climb. The TIE fighter, climb, escaping the prison, climb. Here, I think
Yep.
if you notice, it's circle. Almost every single faction mentions a circle at some point. He says you're part of the inner circle. When we get later to with Krennic and ISBs, like here's the inner circle, and even for the wedding scene, there's a circle of like kind of bringing in. And I mean, when we get to that
Yeah.
later, but just the begin Andor getting into he puts on, takes the helmet with him. He kind of has to he's like listening to the conversation that the engineer has. He goes out. He gets on the TIE Avenger and doesn't know how to work it. He thinks he's gonna have like a cool like blast off, just shoot out, and like nope. He kind of fumbles around, crashes, doesn't know how to freaking pilot the thing. Alerts the stormtroopers show up. That one dude
Yeah.
takes forever to load the rocket again, just taking his time. Like it's just a fantastic start, and it's really probably the major thing we see for Andor, because we're not going to really see him do anything for a good while, at least until probably the second episode, or when he eventually lands on the jungle planet, which we will get to eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really, really like this idea you bring up of the circle, because it's not something I really paid attention to, but I do think that's a really important thing to draw the audience's eye towards, because what I really like about this opening scene, and then more broadly the jungle planet Cassian arrives on, is this way that Gilroy, I think, challenges the idea that the rebellion is a monolith.
Mhm.
you think of and we get this a little bit with Saw Gerrera in season one, him sort of as more of a radical figure than a lot of people on side, or even the way that Luthen and Mon represent different, degrees of radicalization as well. But the idea that we have all these different factions in the rebellion that are antagonistic towards each other as a result of disorganization,
Mhm.
or they're still at a phase where compartmentalization is so important. You shouldn't see Cassian's face. You can't necessarily trust or know who you're going to meet at the drop point. It really, I think, highlights how imperiled the rebellion is at this
Mhm.
point when it's still being formed. And it sort of illustrates how building one central coalition is really, really hard. When we see the rebellion in A New Hope, it is very, very organized.
Mhm.
Everybody is on the same side. They all have the same goal. They are all very clearly brothers in arms. But I don't think you feel that really in this season so far. I think you feel a lot of frustration. I think there's obviously a great degree of chaos and well-made plans going awry. I like that we find ourselves in this position where the status quo is disorganization and isolation and lack of information. I think that is really important because you see Cassian really be galvanized in the fight against the Empire and speaking to this pilot at the academy in these really revolutionary terms, sort of talking about martyrdom and talking about the importance of the work they're doing and the thrill of it. But he still has such a hill to climb, not only in terms of the Death Star, not only in terms of the Gorman massacres we're setting up towards, but just a simple fact that even the people that he should be on side with are trying to kill each other, and that's why I think for me personally, the 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 capture of Cassian and the infighting between this sort of rebellion splinter group is my favorite portion of the
Mhm.
first three episodes, because you kind of see Cassian's real fast talking suave side come out as he's trying to be charismatic and he's trying to get out of this situation.
It's like, who
um,
exactly is your leader here? Right?
yeah, and but at the same time it's like it's so imperiled. There's no food. What they have left is moldy. They're trying to catch water in a tarp. They're on a clock. It's like he crashed, or he doesn't even crash land. He willfully lands into what's ostensibly like Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious what you make of that through line, sort of what you took away from it and what you liked about it.
I like how yeah, I saw a lot of people online talking about how it's like Lord of the Flies, and I'm like, it's kind of funny too because spoilers for Lord of the Flies. There's a character named Piggy who dies, and then we have his contact Porco here who also
Yeah.
dies. But before he even gets there, he's like, I was here 3 days ago. Like you guys weren't here at all. What happened to him? Like oh like well he's dead basically now. Like we scared him and he like attacked him. So that's it. Just the whole notion of like I love I did while I was watching it, I kind of felt a little, like, anxious, like, I'm like, "Okay, can we move this along? I want some kind of something to happen. I want Andor to get off already, get off this planet already," right? And, like, the more I thought about it, I was like, I kinda get it's important to show, uh that kind of contrast of like what the empire is when it's very strictly hierarchy, very chain of command. And like you're saying, like here we have rebels, some of them probably military trained, some of them probably not military trained. Um, Emotions are high. They're not very stoic as the empire would be, cold and calculating. Here they're saying like, oh, your brother ran off with us. Now we're here. Who knows he was coming back for us? I forget exactly who were the which side was which. But they're just very. There's clearly no chain of command, and Andor quickly latches onto that these guys are very disorganized. He even tells them like, "Oh, like I know your faction. Like we supplied supplies for you," and they're just very kind of like leery of him. Like, okay, whatever. But they still like have him like chained up and everything. And then eventually, like he kind of like kind of goads one of the guys, it seems like, into kind of like, drawing up like what's your plan? Like what's gonna happen here? And then that's when they finally kind of set off on each other because they don't know like, oh, have him train her how to use the tie. Like, oh, he's never gonna do that. They're kind of just like going back at it. And he's just kind of there just observing, watching them just fall apart on his own, realizing like I'm probably gonna be able to slip away once they're not paying attention. Which he does twice. The first time he doesn't succeed, but second time he finally gets off with the TIE fighter and everything with the that creature that comes in and just disorients everybody. Like it's like you're saying, like it. And I mean, I don't think Gilroy knows what he's doing. Like without saying coming out straight out, it's obviously based on current affairs in terms of who do you think is doing the infighting and who do you think is very organized and there's not much to you know what's going on here. You know the
Yeah.
parallels for real life about the infighting, someone not being radical enough or not being, just a massive confusion, what to do, what not to do, and it's just very good. It's just very poignant for its time to the whole situation going on, and I mean I love watching that. I love seeing people be people being complicated and just kind of the contrast of the scene where they're cracking over the coconut or melon thing, like, does it smell good or not? And then we go to the other scene. Not to get too far ahead, but there's a board meeting with snacks. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like the contrast of how dire one situation and how very lush and luxurious the other situation is. And then even going to like the Mon Mothma wedding where like they're just living the high life, and then here's the rebels kind of scraping by and trying to do something, but being so powerless to really do anything at large scale. They're just kind of just
Yeah.
taking little cheap pot shots here and there, and it's just I don't know. I felt like that whole part was a little slow. I wish it would have resolved a little faster, but I understand, hindsight being 2020, what Tony and the crew were doing there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that I'm really interested to sort of generally see how the show paces itself out, because obviously, like, no, Gilroy knowing that people were going to get 3 episodes, I think, kind of stretched that rubber band a bit thinner,
Mm.
left Cassian. I don't know why you're doing this. Cassian in the lurch a little
Prince
longer,
Caspian.
because
I think.
because by the end of essentially what you're watching, I mean, I watched two the night they came out and then one the following morning.
Mm.
But in the course of your unabridged viewing session or your short back to back episode watching, you're going to see Cassian get out. But I do agree. I think that because we don't know who these other rebels are, we don't really have a lot of grounding yet. And because I think we're just so eager as viewers to get the group back together and have more of a propulsive through line to the show, I think I agree with you. I think it drags a little bit. But I a moment there that I really love, a small moment, and then ties into a bigger moment, is when Cassian escapes and he runs back to the TIE fighter, and there is a rebel inside, and he just shoots them.
Yeah.
This again highlights the really complicated scenario that the rebels find themselves in. You think about how we meet Captain Antilles in A New Hope, and he has soldiers that he's commanding, and it's very clear what's going on. We're on Hoth, and there's a clear order on the planet. Here's the base. Here's Echo Base. Here's everybody lined up nicely in trenches. We have the snow speeders ready. Like there's a very clear
We got
cut military.
patrols and check-ins and yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like we know that. We understand the militarized and military machine of the rebellion. But what we are now coming to know is the very scrappy roots of that, where sometimes they have to kill each other. I think it's all put into really interesting context for like everything Cassian went through in those first 3 episodes was to steal one TIE fighter. Now, obviously, this is a prototype. It has advanced targeting systems. It has all of these things that the rebels can now reverse engineer. They can prepare for. Because when we see Cassian turn the weapon systems on the Imperials on Mina Rao in episode 3, you come to understand how deadly of a tool this is that he stole.
Mhm.
But nonetheless, it was all of this work for one ship. And I think that that also reinforces just how huge this task of starting the rebellion is. But I really like that you brought into conversation this sort of juxtaposed against um, our plot line with Dedra and with Krennic as we're in this meeting
I
room
love this scene.
learning about about the planet Gorman. And well, Andrew, you tell me about it. What do you like about that scene so much? Because I think it's outstanding.
I First of all, I really feel it's really weird seeing Krennic now as to where we know him in Rogue One, where he's much more stoic and a little more serious. And here
Yeah.
they kind of, I feel like the writer, or I don't know if himself or the writers, kind of let him be a little more showy, a little more flamboyant. He seemed kind of like a more, not goofy, but much more of a theatrical depiction of Krennic, which I thought was
Hmm.
interesting. I'm like, I wonder if that's going to change at some point. We're going to see the evolution of this character or what's going on there. But we have the circle of trust, right? We have Dedra, we have Partagaz, the head of the ISB. We have some other people we don't really know, but Krennic makes it very clear that like not even Yularen or some of the higher ups even know about this very clandestine inner circle. This is a meeting of like the most loyal, most devout imperial like executives, higher ups,
Handpicked.
handpicked, right? And we have this kind of 1950s projector commercial, which I found very endearing because I'm like, okay, this is kind of cute for Star Wars to do this, where like it's clearly a video meant for tourism, kind of like a to like this is what the planet does. This is what Gorman has. It's known for its like silk. I think they call it, it's like a spider silk. They don't call it that. They call it some other material, but like it's made in all these products. It can only be found here, and like this spiel of what's so special about this planet. And then
Yeah.
we get to once it's over, Krennic kind of talks about like what's really special about the planet is not even that silk, it's the mineral that's hidden below that they need to coat the lens of some kind of energy reactor. Of course, we know that's probably not what he is actually talking about. It's probably not for sustainable energy. It's for the they unlimited power. Abram is an official thing that the emperor, I guess, has coined, which I found very, again, watching Revenge of the Sith last night, very funny to me in retrospect now. But
Yeah.
then he calls on these two gentlemen near the front of the table, who are from the Department of Enlightenment, Abram. And that's like the most 1984 coded term I've ever heard for a what's basically the propaganda machine arm of the empire, who are very excited. They're very kind of excited to talk of how to basically stage for PR a slaughtering or a genocide of these gourmands. They have like, oh, well, natural disaster, it's not going to go the way you would think. It's too much destruction, or like a plague, like it gets messy, gets out of hand. There's too many factors with that, but we could just relocate them, or if we could just subject them. And we find out like they have this entire spiel of how in PR talk, and everyone's kind of just like at the table, kind of just like looking at each other, like, and then even Krennic's like, okay, guys, like that's enough. Like we get it. Like they try to dress it up. They try. It's like, hey, those gourmands are a little too hoity-toity for their britches. They think they're so good. Like, what if we just paint them that way? What if we say like, oh, you know what? They're not playing ball with the Empire. They're kind of just like they had it coming, right? They had it coming. And again, it doesn't take too much thinking to realize the parallels of taking charge of the narration or the narrative of things in real life to depict people as undesirable, or you know where we're getting to. I don't have to spell
Yeah.
it out for you, but just this whole like spiel, and then even Crank kind of gets annoyed. Like he's like, okay, guys, like we get it. You don't have to keep like we get it, right? And so they break for lunch. They kind of break for lunch, and they're eating their snacks. And you have this very large, chubby imperial executive, and he's like asking, like I don't know, like this is gonna work. And even we get Krennic approaches Dedra, and Dedra's kind of like off in her corner. She's like looking out the viewport window. This beautiful, looks like a snow-covered planet. Looks nice. They have a nice view of like in my mind, it reminds me of kind of like the Swiss Alps or something. But anyways,
Yeah.
Dedra's, he's like, oh, like I can see through your demeanor, like you have a plan. And she's like, kind of pointing out, like, oh, like a lot of these, there's a lot of issues here, like with, and she kind of does the ingenious thing of suggesting what we just need rebels, Gorman rebels, to just do the wrong thing, right? Basically, a like false flag. kind of situation, which again, real life parallels to kind of this kind of stuff. Um, and so just that whole conversation that she has with Krennic, and like she kind of plants the seed of this idea in his mind, and they kind of just break away, and it's just I think that's pretty much the entirety of that scene.
Yeah, yeah, I really like what you're sort of alerting us to, which is the way I think that this season so far is really interested in alerting the viewer to different levers that a fascist
Mhm.
government can throw to gain power and to pave the way towards their goals. These the sort of preying on prejudices that people could have towards the Gormans, painting them as this monolithic group in opposition to the Empire, having this, as you're saying, body for enlightenment. It's not only great, I think, an important, prescient, real world education for how a lot of fascism becomes normalized, but I also think, in terms of even just the lore of Star Wars,
Mhm.
it does a lot to kind of demonstrate how the Empire maintains control outside of direct violence.
Mhm.
Because there's a lot more at play to managing this sort of power and influence than just direct violence. And I think that's what makes this scene so insidious, sort of the juxtaposition of, as you're saying, and I think it's a perfect description, this tourism video, this very like vintage, archetypally like of the era of the nuclear family
Yeah.
and 1950s America, like this very understandable, almost like very early Disney World type of
Yeah.
video, um, having that be put against what we know is ostensibly a plan to enact a very carefully orchestrated genocide of these people for the resources that they're living on top of. It's very smart, and I think that, a lot of people say of someone like Hideo Kojima, that Metal Gear Solid is so prescient. It gets to a lot of real world events before the real world gets to them. Something like a Metal Gear Solid 2 or a Death Stranding, or insert any example you want.
Yeah.
Tony Gilroy, I think, really has his finger on the pulse, because this was obviously written several years before the second
Yeah.
Trump administration. So
It's true.
it's eerie, and I think it's very interesting. And I think what just makes it such compelling TV is that it not only hits you over the head with those real world comparisons, but it does so in a way that also expands and deepens the lore in
Yeah.
your understanding of the Star Wars universe. And I think that the show would be worse if it didn't do that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important to, of course, highlight what this show is doing to educate your average viewer about how fascism operates,
Mhm.
as a ideology, as a tool of oppression. But I think also the way that you get that to go down easy with your audience is you just simply, put it in the context of really well executed scenes that are showing a dimension of the Empire that not only have we not seen before, but
Mhm.
I think retroactively make their iron grip over the galaxy that, as we've seen in New Hope, make a lot
Yeah.
more sense. That's something
Absolutely.
people talk a lot about with a show like Andor, or the sort of the best of the material that kind of slots in between the episodes, be it 3 and 4 or 6 and 7. That context makes the core text stronger.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I love that sequence so much. And I also love painting Dedra as this calculating, malevolent figure, and then putting her in this situation with Syril's mother. W-
Yeah.
and I think that because these first few episodes, I also think are quite funny. I especially find this sequence very funny,
Yeah.
and I think the it's heightened by its proximity to
Mhm.
the Gorman planning.
Yeah.
So what did you make of the dinner scene? Because I have to say, outside of Cassian's arc, I think this is what I found the most engaging. Actually, I think there's again a very real world core to this, just not on a wide political stage, but on a
No.
more interpersonal stage. I think a lot of people can relate to being either Syril or Dedra
Yeah.
in this scene.
I completely agree. I thought it's very funny just because as the scene's playing out, as okay, so we see that like they're in the apartment. He's playing music. She comes in, music. They're like trying out different outfits, and I'm just thinking like, what is the context here? Are they going to like some kind of ceremony? I'm thinking it must be like an imperial ceremony or some kind of maybe she's getting promoted, maybe he's getting promoted or something. What's going on here? And then as they're kind of like setting the table and they're kind of waiting, and then you realize the doorbell, and I'm thinking like, okay, it's gonna probably be like a dignitary, an important official, and then it's his mom, and I was just like, oh my god, okay, I know what this is now. And
Yeah,
just it's very funny because like I I can't relate this to I can't relate to it directly because I have wonderful in-laws, but here's a little Andrew lore. My mom does not get along with her mother-in-law, with her ex-mother-in-law. And this felt exactly like that, where you see that passive aggressiveness and you're just held hostage.
yeah,
I understood how Cyril felt, where he's there and everything has either coded or double meaning, and it's just back and forth. And she comes in and I forgot what was the question. She asked Dedra something, and she's like, oh, like you don't look like how I imagine. And Dedra kind of, she understands like it's a little shade. She kind of just brushes past it. And then
yeah,
the mom insists, like, don't you want to know what I thought? And it's like, oh god, like man, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be a rough dinner. Just like, and then Cyril's just kind of like he gets out of there as fast as he can. He doesn't want to be there. I love this. I love this scene where we see where he is. He's just laying down in bed, face down, just defeated, just a shell of a man, just defeated. And then Dedra kind of sets things straight. Like now he's out of the room. I say, all right, this is how it's going to go. You're going to see him once every, I think it's once or twice every month. Like this is exactly how it's going to be down. Like Dedra is like, she's no fool. All right. She suffers no fools here. She understands exactly, as someone who works in the intelligence, she knows exactly what kind of woman this is. Right. She's very belittling, backhanded remarks. And she sets her straight. And she even tries to like interrupt Dedra, and Dedra's like, no, like quiet. And I was like, oh shoot. Like I just love, I'm like, okay, like there's a lot of relationships like that. There's a lot of relationships where the woman is kind of, she's taking care of her man in a very unorthodox manner of like this, like you're not going to belittle him, and like you're not going to do all this. You're not going to run her life. Like this is what it's going to be like, and this is how it's going to play out. And it's just like, all right, that's what works for everybody, and that's what works for everybody. So, I mean, the biggest thing for me was seeing these two after what happened in the last season. Like, okay, they're together now. Like, okay, I can kind of get that. He saved her and stuff. Like, that kind of sparks something. But it's very jarring, kind of seeing what their problems are in contrast to everybody else's problems, right? With Mon Mothma, also someone else who's very in the affluent high society. The issues she's dealing with are a little more. She's not personally like any major danger right there. I mean, what's going on with her with the wedding and stuff is very like just jarring in contrast to Bix and Rosso like trying to survive as illegal immigrants, and what's going on with Andor. Like they have their own problems, but you can't really compare the two. Is what I'm saying. I
yeah.
just find that contrast between our villains and our heroes, like at the same time, what's going on and how it's all kind of connected to the overall, imperial plot and everything. I just found it very interesting where we see some of our characters and where we see some other characters.
That's such an important point. I agree with you completely, and I actually don't really have too much to add beyond that. There's just like really small details in that dinner scene that I love, like how messy Cyril's mom is. It's this immaculate home, and then she's dripping this fondue from the pot to her plate
Oh yeah, yeah.
with really no respect, and sort of seeing this limp, defeated Cyril. It illustrates this side of him that I like, because we get to see the different types of people that the empire is made up
Hmm.
of. We have him who is very effete in his personal life, but feels a sort of sense of power
At work.
when he at work,
Yeah.
when he can pull these levers to oppress people, but he can't stand up to his mother. But then you have Dedra, and I like this because I think it would be too easy to just say, "Oh, all the Imperials are just kind of losers." Not somebody like Dedra. She is really serious, and she is as calculated in the home as she is when she's planning the massacre. And I really like that. I think that's an important detail to
Mhm.
complicate the portrait of the Imperials and make it harder to write them off, I think. Um, but I really like how you brought this into conversation with the Chandrillan wedding, which is where, for me, I think that the pace of the show was hurt the most. I just
Mm.
think that it felt like it was sort of the same emotional beat we were mired in whenever we were cutting back there. Now I get that really the goal is to leave us as Mon is sort of trapped,
Yeah.
sort of
It's a 3-day wedding, so it feels extremely long when you realize it's been
yeah.
stretched out over 3 days, over 3 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big endeavor, and she has all of this weight and burden and responsibility on her, both to the rebellion, but then also to her family and the
Mhm.
heirs she has to keep up. And this is obviously where we get Luthen back, obviously pulling double duty as this affluent importer exporter, but then also this really hardened, in some ways quite fanatical rebel in disguise.
Mhm.
What did you think of this whole portion of the show?
I mean, I understand. I First of all, what I really liked about this episode, about these 3 episodes in terms of for the Mon Mothma stuff, I saw a tweet online that that made me realize, like, yeah, that's pretty much true. Is like they took all the alien design budget and just put it into the costume budget here,
Yeah.
because everything is lavish. Everything, there's beautiful curtains and ornaments, and that freaking large courtyard, which you can tell is not on the volume when she's walking in the first episode,
Yeah.
and she runs into Luthen and her husband and these other dignitaries. It's like a really sprawling big courtyard, which I absolutely, I love that. Just visually, nothing really important happens there, but I just love visually the scene of this courtyard they have outside of the Mon Mothma estate. And she's just walking around, kind of, with high society, just finding out, well, like, what's Luthen doing here? Like, I didn't invite him. Like, did you invite him? Like, no, like, no, I didn't invite him. And he's there, you said he's doing double duty, right? As to keep up appearances, but also he's there to deliver a very ornate statue. And we get an Old Republic reference, which I really appreciated. We got the mention of the Rakatan invaders from Kodor, so that was kind of cool. But anyways, you can tell because it's also mentioned in the first season that Gilroy has someone in his ear who's telling him about the Old Republic or Kodor or something. Because this is like the second or third mention of them in the last 2 seasons, so
Yeah.
someone's doing their homework over there. But yeah, I understand. I feel it feels slow. I agree with you. I don't think you're wrong. I think it definitely feels slow, probably slower than the Andor stuff himself, Cassian stuff. But I do, again, I am a sucker for a political drama Mon Mothma scene. Whenever she's just kind of the stuff that's going on with, again, with the daughter, and I love seeing the expansion of lore for Star Wars. So seeing so many rituals that these Chandrillans have with we do this spiritual hike up this mountain, as a cleansing, which reminded me a lot. If you remember from Visions, the Village Bride has the exact same kind of hike for spiritual cleansing kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I thought that was kind of like, I thought that maybe that was like a nod of some kind. But all these rituals with this knife he gives to his son-in-law, do with it what you may. And it's like, oh, what does that mean? I mean, there's like a little like Padawan kind of cutting hair
Yeah.
thing, reminding me of that. You get the idea that these Chandrillans have a very proud and very long history of tradition, and they're not just like, whatever people, not another Coruscant or Corellia. Like, no, these are a specific kind of culture and people. And the whole thing with the elaborate design of the buildings and the parties and the costumes, and just it's something we don't really see in Star Wars. And even then, like, when I knew something, I was like, this is gonna be really interesting to see when we saw the trailer and we see all the dancing and Mon Mothma dancing. I was like, oh, I wonder how we're gonna get to that. Like, why is she? And we do get to kind of wrapping things up, I mean, for this section at least, of she Takoma, approaches her, lets her know what's going on with the foundation. He's not doing so well in his own personal, financial, or romantic life. He's separated from his wife. She left him, and now his investments are actually being hurt actively by the rebellion. And so he kind of, I'm not sure if he needed Mon to give her money or to pull out some funds from the foundation exactly. I don't think he was gonna like turn code or like turn her into the Empire, but it sounded like his needs or what he was like kind of pestering her about over and over the course of the days was that he really needs some money or to basically defund the foundation. And with Luthen kind of, he's like, I love the scene where she's like walking to like talk with him, and then Luthen's just in the background behind the tables, kind of just like, sneaking up, trying to see what's going on. And
Yeah.
we find out clearly that Luthen's like, all right, this is like a loose link, and we know Luthen is not above to cutting links loose. I mean, that whole first season on rewatch, I forgot that he actually wanted to kill Cassian because he was a loose link. I completely forgot about that until I rewatch. And so just having the politics at play, and then we see like it's kind of all over the place, but she talks to her daughter, right? Like, hey, like if you don't want to do this, like you don't have to. Like I remember when my mother put me through this exact same thing, and seeing how she's like, I wish you were really drunk after, like right now, basically saying like, I would rather hear that from a drunk version of you than a serious sober version of you telling me like, not to do this thing.
Yeah.
And this kind of, I mean, we kind of talked about it in the first season, but again, this reemergence of the rebellious return to conservatism here with the youth is what the young daughter is experiencing. Um, who is, I'm trying to remember if it's Tay or Perrin, her husband, who mentions about how everything old is new again, kind of like that cycle of tradition
Yeah.
and casting of tradition off, and kind of embracing your conservative like roots. And like I thought that was kind of interesting because again, parallels, right? So this I thought was very interesting, where you can tell she's very she's not exactly happy about the arrangement, but she's kind of doing it almost out of not malice. What's the term I'm looking for? Help me here, Abram. She's doing it out of like not contempt, I guess contempt maybe for her mom, or out of what's the term I'm looking for?
Oh, you talk the daughter
Yes,
to spite her mom?
spite. Thank you. Spite
Yeah.
is the word I was looking for. Where she's not happy really with her soon to be husband, right? She's like, oh, like he's a child, like he's afraid, he
Yeah.
doesn't even want to hold my hand. That's this kid looks really young too. I don't know how how they casted him, but you see him, he looks very youthful. He looks like a 13, 14-year old kind of going to a child marriage. And you can see like she's not exactly happy, and she's kind of, I think she gets the sense that it's a little too late to kind of back out, and she's gonna see through it anyways, that even if it's like gonna be not great for her in the long term. And I also love how Luthen takes an interest in the kid once he finds out he's in the Imperial Navy. He's like, oh, like where would you station? And he's like, oh, actually we're not stationed here, but we're pulling out. Oh, where are you guys look? Like he quickly slips into like rebel
Yeah.
intelligence mode. Like I love that part. But the even we get towards the end of these 3 episodes, and we have this finally the kill order, right? Basically, the kill order on Tay, and Mon's life is like falling apart all around her. Her childhood friend, she's basically just signed off on his death. Her daughter's going through. Her husband thinks that she's cheating. Like her world, everything basically in her personal, financial, political, everything's just falling apart around her. And then she finally snaps. She snaps, takes a couple of drinks throughout the last episode, and we just see her
Yeah.
just let loose on the dance floor to the point where even Perrin was kind of looking at her like, "What the hell is she doing?" Like, it's slow, but I think it's very good storytelling.
Yeah, I mean, Genevieve O'Reilly, who plays Mon Mothma, I think gives the most complicated and best performance in the show. I think she's just outstanding, because what you're saying, as you're talking about these different pillars that are resting on her shoulders, there's so much weight, and when the way you see her, because there's this really interesting sort of motion throughout the wedding where she passes through a crowd and encounters Luthen or Perrin or Tay, and her demeanor has to change on
Mhm.
the dime, or she sees a family member or someone wants to give her a drink, right? She has to be so many different people in this wedding, 4 different people. And I think that you can see the toll when there's a moment for Mon to just gaze out and be like, "What the fuck am I in the middle of here?" And I think Genevieve O'Reilly plays that so well. And the climax of episode 3 in the wedding, as she is dancing, um free spirited in a manner of speaking, but she's very drunk, and it's an escape, and it's sort of just like a catharsis. It's like a release of
Mhm.
everything that she's been storing up for the last 3 episodes. Is amazing. The way that that is intercut with what's going on Mina Rao is just outstanding filmmaking. And the hard cut from her dancing to black, and then a couple seconds pause, and then directed by pops up. Like that's why we're here. That's why we're watching Andor. I think that the way we can get all these very disparate but essentially intertwined emotions and moods into the same scene through editing and performance is, I think, just what makes this show a cut above anything else that they're doing on Disney Plus with Star Wars. Even though, as we both do, we both love. I won't say all the Disney Plus shows, but pretty close to all of them. And I think that there's like some interesting discourse online about people being like, oh, there's been so much like elitism in the Star Wars fandom now that Andor has become what it is, and like anything that's not prestige like this is then in turn slop, quote unquote. Obviously, if anybody's watching this has watched our previous videos, that's certainly not the case. We take all of these shows very seriously and love things about all of them. But I think that the wedding arc really illustrates to me why Andor is different. Why this show sets itself apart, and how it sort of plays more in this space of traditional prestige drama more so than the tropes and archetypes that make Star Wars special and distinct, but makes it very much situated in a genre.
Yeah.
What we have with Mon Mothma's character and all the different emotional responsibilities she's juggling, it's very complex. It's very adult.
Yeah.
And to that end, the last arc of the show that we have to talk about is what happens on Mina Rao, which is dark,
Mhm.
and it's overt. We have our characters here, these familiar characters of Brassel and Bix and company, and they're here on Mina Rao, and they are explicitly in the text of the narrative illegal immigrants.
Mhm.
And it goes back to this idea that I mentioned in lockstep with the wedding, but applies even more here. Being a rebel is not a job yet. It's not something that you spend your whole life doing, in the sense of you wake up and you're safe in the rebel base and you do
Yeah.
your rebel job, and then you come back to the rebel base, and maybe the rebel base is under attack, right? But then you flee to the next rebel base. No, you are moonlighting as a rebel. A lot of the time you're here as an illegal immigrant trying to find some sort of work,
Mhm.
and that's your life. And establishing this idea that there is hazard for these rebel characters, not because the empire is going to identify them as rebels, but identify them as illegal immigrants,
Mhm.
is very interesting. And this is the most prescient portion of the show so far, beyond a shadow of a doubt. The obviously the Trump administration's really shocking immigration policy and deportations and everything. It's this is, I think, where the show feels the most raw. Not even to speak of the overt attempted sexual assault that
Mhm.
the show reckons with. I think that everything that happens on Mina Rao is just so real, and I think this is where the Star Wars facade feels the least effective.
Hmm.
And I mean that as a compliment. I just think that the potency and darkness of what happens on Mina Rao makes it make sense why we jump between storylines. Because I think that if we were just on this planet in
Yeah.
this environment with these themes for those 3 episodes, it would be a real bleak show. And this
Yeah.
already is.
Mhm.
But I think Gilroy realized that what they're doing here doesn't have any degree of escapism. And I think that that's really bold. But it also makes it certainly the hardest to watch of all the plot lines.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. And going back to what you mentioned earlier about how this show fleshes out the empire in the background. It's like, I mean, if you were to watch the original trilogy, and if you just saw A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back and Jedi, and Luke's they're talking about like I hate the Empire, but I'm stuck here, and it's like, well, why do you hate the Empire? Like, what's going on in your life that that the Empire is
Yeah.
such a oppressive force in your life? And like, as I mean, we watch those movies, and like we know they're the bad guys because of the Death Star, right? But the Death Star isn't completed until about 20 years into the Empire's reign. And so you have to imagine what prior to the Death Star was so bad for these people for all these people, all these factions to risk their lives. And I love how we're finally seeing. I mean, we had like Rebels, Star Wars Rebels, like the show, and we had Rogue One and other things kind of filling, but even Rogue One's like about the Death Star, right? And we had like other material that kind of fills in, but because the tone is not so dark and it's not so bleak, it doesn't
Yeah.
really set in, right? I mean, people were talking. I'm sure you've seen the online discourse about people being like, rape doesn't belong in Star Wars. Like that's not what Star Wars is about. And it's like, well, I mean, we had Jabba licking slave Leia. We had the
Yeah.
Twi'lek, who falls into the pit, fed to the Rancor. We have slaves in episode one. Like we have all these things, but because they're kind of more bright and bouncy and a little lighter, we don't linger on them so much, right? And here we're kind of
Yeah.
forced to reckon with what those things really are in Star Wars, but also because because it reflects real life, the tone, it's also bleak, and I think a lot of people are kind of just like, I don't want to be reminded of this, and like in Star Wars, so an escape,
Yeah.
like an escape of the real world. And I think that's why some people some people acting in bad faith, and then some people who genuinely are kind of just like, I don't like this. But I think, I mean, we've talked about this before, is like these are things that it's important for you to not turn away. It's important for you to be
Yeah.
confronted with these things, because then that's what's going to ultimately, not galvanize, but ultimately going to maybe radicalize you in a certain way, and into doing something about it with your own life, within the spheres of your own 9 to 5 and stuff like that, right? So I like that. I mean, I don't like, no one says that I like seeing rape, right? But I like that we're
Yeah.
confronted with, in episode one, I mean, in season one, it was the kind of the prison system of he can just be picked off the
Yep.
street, right? With it, and you're just kind of in this indentured servitude till the rest of your lives, to no fault of your own, right? Like Cassian gets picked off. He did something, but it wasn't for the reason he got picked off, right? It was just on the beach or whatever. And so here we're seeing, like you said, Brasso and Bix, and I think Will is the name of the younger kid.
Yeah.
He's the son of the guy in the first season. He's the one that throws a pipe bomb right at the Ferris thing, and seeing how these people are, like you said, they're just trying to survive. They're living like in this little hut, and then Bix is still dealing with the trauma from the first season, right? She has like that nightmare where she sees the doctor who like kind of like tortures her with the mind device,
Yeah.
and we kind of she's going through that again. She's very with good reason very leery of the Imperials, right? And when the guy comes by, the head of the group, they're checking their IDs or visas or whatever, and he's basically like, oh, like is your husband here? Like immediately, like, oh, that sets off red flags, right? Like, oh, like I don't like this. And we're just kind of, like you said, like fascism, right? Or basically totalitarian fascism,
Yeah.
whichever term you want to use. But here is like when you have people who have power, who know that, because he even says like, I know you're not, I know you're like not here, you're not from here, you're like illegal, and he uses that to his advantage, where he's basically saying like I'll like pass, or I'll overlook it if you go out with me, eat with me, or like basically he tries to force himself on her.
Yeah.
And that's a very real thing. I know family, like, to get a little deep, I have family in Mexico who, because of their social class situation, like they've had to deal with not necessarily this, but other local officials taking advantage that there's not a stronger federal structure there to prevent what's the term here, violations of certain kinds, right, financial or
Yeah.
other. So it's very real. And I think that we talked about this before about how the Death Star is it's a cartoony kind of device in the sense that like it destroys things, but the enemy here, the darkness in Andor in these last two seasons, is the efficiency of the bureaucracy and the many devices and machinations it uses. Not necessarily overt violence, but just in the system that it's able to oppress people financially, bodily, personally, and so many other different ways.
Tony Gilroy doesn't let anything hide an ambiguity or a euphemism or inference. It's just in the open.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that is important, and it unearths what you're talking about here, the importance of seeing this, right? And I think that a lot of the conversation around the sexual violence that Bix faces and the attempted rape from the Imperial officer, I when people say it doesn't belong in Star Wars, I just don't. I think you're right in saying it's I in bad faith in large part, because I like what you're saying about how, you know, you being confronted by these things is important, and it's important that Tony Gilroy lets Bix say that, right? And that nothing is hidden. It's just a fact of the empire. And he's talked about the role that sexual violence has played in world history. And I think, I forget if he was being interviewed by Rolling Stone or Empire Magazine or who it was. And when he was sort of, you know, reaffirming the intent behind that. This is a mature show, right? I mean, go watch Skeleton Crew, right? If you want a lighter take on Star Wars. I think it's important that this sort of Star Wars does exist. And I'm interested to see what he's going to do with Bix moving forward, because she has had to disproportionately endure.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cassian has been through a lot. The whole arc on Narkina 5, the prison planet, as you're mentioning, the loss of his mother, the loss of his friends,
Mm-hmm.
the violence he's faced. Excuse me, but it's not to the same degree, or it's not the same type of violence that Bix has been now repeatedly subjected to. And so I guess, for as important as I think that scene is, not only again for the larger idea of making your average person through the vehicle of Star Wars aware of how these sorts of oppressive regimes of power operate. I just hope that Bix is able to exist beyond this, right?
Yeah.
And not just be a vehicle for particular kinds of trauma and abuse of power and violence that realistically Cassian is not going to face in the script.
Right.
And so I yeah, I'm hoping that her character doesn't um end up just being this very broken person who Cassian has to always be the shield for.
Yeah, sure.
Um, and she, of course, I like that she is the one that saves herself
Yeah.
from the Imperial, and it's a very brutal scene. Her eventually killing him,
And the other guy too.
and the other guy. And so I just hope that now what can Bix do to get her agency back? We'll see. But ultimately, you know, that into the death of Brasso, into what is essentially, you know, now that we are a quarter of the way into the show, essentially inciting incident, having our crew leave Mina Rao. The status quo now certainly upset our characters off to sort of the next mission. I'm really interested to see how everybody intersects, and if we're gonna see Clea route Cassian and the crew right back to Luthen, and if Take Homa is going to immediately die, and then immediately everybody's together onto the next mission. I think that we set the table, and then we yank the tablecloth off, and now everything is laid bare underneath. And so I'm really just excited for episodes 4, 5, and 6 to see where they take us. But Andrew, are there any other closing thoughts you have about these first 3 episodes you wanna get in there?
Actually, yeah, I was looking down my notes. I don't know if you noticed that my eyes dropped because I was like, was there anything that we didn't mention? And like everything was pretty mentioned. So I don't think just the one thing is what did you feel like? I don't know if you feel anything, but what did you think about when we pull back and we find out that the jungle planet is Yavin 4?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even notice.
What?
I was so caught up with Cassian that I was not paying attention to it.
You didn't see the temples and the big red Yavin in the distance. And...
No, but I mean, now that you've said it, it's so obvious. I'm like, of course. Man, I'm really glad you pointed out because I didn't even like see a tweet about that. Like, I was just so pumped up with the adrenaline of Cassian getting out of there because I'm like, he needs to get back to Mina Rao right this very second.
Yeah.
But no, that's really cool. So I mean, we assume, right, that now he's like, oh, I know where we can put a base. I wonder if any of those people will be alive.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder if any of them are going to be alive because they're clearly part of the rebels. So I mean, even in season 1, when Luthen meets with Saw, and Saw's kind of just listing off the different factions. That cell that they were is mentioned by Saw as I forgot it's like a 2-word name, but like he mentions like the partisans and I'm trying to do the Saw impression, the partisans and the human population, and then he says like the something Mina Pay, whatever they're called, but like that he mentions that cell. So like and then Andor's like, oh no, yeah, I know who you guys are and stuff, and it's just like, nah, it doesn't matter. But I just like when he pulled back and I'm like, and I was thinking too, I was like this jungle planet. I was like I wonder if it's one we've seen before or not. And then when it has like I'm like, oh, there's the Masasi temples and stuff. And I remember that just from also from was it Battlefront, the PSP one, the one we talk about,
Renegade Squadron.
Renegade Squadron, yeah, because that's one of the maps. Is like the little Masasi temples or whatever, and the freaking big old Yavin looming in the distance. So I was like, oh, that's cool that's cool that's where we were the whole time again. So no, just I think that was pretty much it. I mean, you mentioned the whole thing. I was surprised how little of Vel we kind of got, just because of where we were with her season 1. And she's kind of this drifting figure who's not really doing anything. I almost think she almost seems like she's disenfranchised with the rebellion. I don't know if she's gonna be involved any further, but she has that reunion very briefly with is it Sita? I can't remember the character's name. Cinta. There you go. And she's like, oh, like, I don't know if she's alive. She could have called, and she just shows up right there, basically as Luthen's kind of his ace in the pocket for Mr. Take Homa. So yeah, that guy's dead. I'm pretty sure he's dead. So
yeah, I'm actually surprised he wasn't killed in episode 3.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's long for. Well, there's a chance that Luthen is going to extort him as much as he can.
Maybe.
Because they need the money. Because that's what makes that whole Take Homa storyline so interesting. Made it such a interesting part of season 1. Like, they need the money. So maybe there's a little bit more to get out of old Tay before he's dead. But Andrew, I'm right there with you. I think we've been over it pretty thoroughly. I also like to shout out to Renegade Squadron. Very underrated game. People should go check that out. It's a very underrated game. It's very, very good. But Andrew, it's time. I was trying to come up with because our characters need the Force to be with them. So perhaps, Andrew, in that same spirit, you could wish us something similar.
Well, right there. May the Force.
There it is.
May the Force be with you.
And everybody, we're back for part 2 of our big review of Andor season 2. We have now seen episodes 4, 5, and 6 of the show. And it's interesting, Andrew, because I was a little late. I have been busy the last couple days, so I was a little late getting these episodes. All I really knew going in, because I was mostly able to, well, that's not true. I was going to say I didn't get spoiled. I knew that Cinta died going in, which is a shame. Because people on Twitter love to post those Andor spoilers immediately after the episode ends. So I have to be more careful this week. But I went in hearing what you shared in our Discord, saying that you thought the episodes were good, but that they felt even slower than the first three. And it's interesting because I agree in part, but I also think in some ways I enjoyed this set of episodes more. Um,
Really? Okay.
yeah, and I want to get into that. I think we can talk a little bit more high level because actually not that much happens in episodes 4, 5, and 6. There's certainly a lot less plot.
Hmm.
Um, we're still intercutting between storylines, but they're not as exciting of storylines really for the most part. Um, but I'm curious, Andrew, just to kind of get us into part two. What do you make of this overarching structure of the show and the BBY year time skips? Because when we finished chatting last time, we were saying, okay, well, we're gonna see Take Holma die
Hmm.
pretty soon in episode 4, but we never do. Instead, we skip a year and we kind of again hear about what happened in that interim, but we're not following one continuous narrative in time. What do you think of that choice? Does that work for you?
I mean, I don't mind it too much. I feel like it's one of those situations where like less is more, kind of in a way, because it's
Yeah.
heavily implied.
Yeah.
He's been pretty much taken care of, right? Like Cinta's as being like one of the only survivors of the Aldani heist from last season. She's clearly very. It's again implied that she'd probably take
Yeah.
out everybody in that room again. Also, so she's very much the kind of cleanup crew
Yeah.
for Luthen. So she clearly, and there's no mention of him at all whatsoever from Mon Mothma. So it's
Yeah.
yeah, he's gone. So I'm fine with that. Not everything has to happen on screen. I like the kind of like little hints and kind of leave it to your imagination. I don't know. Maybe we'll get like a random comic strip about him or something. But yeah,
Sure.
he's gone, and I don't mind certain things not being followed up. I am a little worried though, Abram. I am a little
Yeah.
worried though because
Yeah.
we don't know whatever happened to B2 Emo.
True.
He got left
Yeah.
behind on I can't Red
Mina Rao.
Mina Rao. There you go. He's to this day he's probably just puttering around like asking for Andor, just no one there.
It's kind of
And
sad.
it is kind of sad, right? Because we didn't even talk about it last episode, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Like, and he's not here. He's not on
Yeah.
Coruscant with Bix and Cassian. So I'm like, oh man, they just abandoned him. So I don't know, but yeah, in terms of like picking up exactly where we left off, I don't mind that. I mean, this is structured very differently from season one, where it's just one
Yeah.
continuous through line. Here, we're kind of just jumping around. Things are happening. Was it last week they were talking about building the armory? This week,
Yeah.
like we're already there. It's already pretty much built. They're just kind of just applying it. So things kind of jump around. They get followed up, but also kind of just abandoned and moved on. We don't know what happened to those rebels on Yavin 4. Maybe one day we'll find out in the future, but no one cares about them right now. So
Right.
yeah, I don't mind about the things being dropped and being picked up again. It works for me, I think.
Yeah, I broadly agree as well. I mean, in the case of Take Homa, it's sort of the thing where as I was watching, I kind of had to recalibrate my expectations and realize that, as we end, as you were saying, he's dead in no uncertain terms. And it's such a beautifully edited and executed sequence that is both very loud, very emotional, but also quite subtle, in that we don't actually see his assassination, to where something like that works very well. I'm curious if I will feel as totally cool with the time skips when we see the next set of episodes, when we see 7, 8, and 9, because I feel like this arc with Gorman, it's really more of a 6 episode arc, it feels. Um, Now, I have to imagine that, of course, we're going to time skip again. We're just going to see sort of further down the line of both the Gorman oppression and rebellion where things stand.
Mhm.
But I kind of want to know, okay, you know, Cinta has been killed tragically. Bix is on the recovery, right? She's getting back in the field. We have this interesting relationship being further developed between Clea and Luthen.
Mhm.
We have all of these things happening, and I kind of wish that, I could see what happens one day, one week after these events rather than one year after. Like I don't necessarily want to see um what it's like when the death of Cinta has sort of scarred over. Um I wish we had a little bit more time with the characters to kind of reflect on these plot beats. So that's kind of me reflecting back on the time skip between 3 and 4, and also just thinking ahead to where we might end up in sort of 7. But to put that to the side for now, really we're following again more. It's we have this a lot of things happening in Coruscant. We kind of have two dueling narratives on Coruscant as Luthen and Clea realize that one of their listening devices is about to be compromised.
Hmm.
We have this sort of domestic life between Cassian and Bix. And then we have everything going down on Gorman. And in amongst there, of course, we see where Dedra and Syril are getting up to. And I think part of why, for me, these episodes didn't feel quite as slow as I felt somewhat in the first few episodes, that I feel like everybody now kind of has a common purpose and everybody
Okay.
is closer together. Even these tangent plot lines here intersect very, very closely with what's happening on Gorman. Cassian has this relationship with Bix that he's trying to cultivate. He's trying to take care of her, but he has to leave their apartment to go to Gorman.
Okay.
Cyril's back home with Dedra, and we see more of their domestic life. We see more of his relationship with his mother, but it's through the prism of his time on Gorman. Um, so I'm curious what you make of the focus on Gorman. What do you think of the planet? What do you think about the way that all these different characters have different vested interests in it?
I kind of like how the whole planet is just one big parallel of France or
Yeah,
Paris, at least. The with the
yeah,
fashion houses and the silk and the luxury and the obvious French resistance kind of partisans going on with very even down to like
yeah,
the vocals that sound very French. And I was reading
yeah,
about how that was obviously very intentional from the I guess who their like dialect coach on set what they were trying to make, and even Gilroy himself kind of said that he wanted to pay homage to like the French partisans from World War II. So I kind of
yeah,
like that, the very fashion houses and all that, and the kind of like sort of not defeatist, but clearly like you're not going to be able to do much against the Empire kind of thing. I like that little parallel there. I like at the beginning of I think it's the first episode. I really thought that conversation that Cyril was having with his mom, like I'm like, oh, like he's a changed man, or like, or maybe he got burnt by Dedra. He's kind of moving away from the Empire. But then we have
yeah,
that reveal of like the double agent, double cross kind of thing, where he's clearly he knows. He mentions, oh, we've had some break-ins. He knows the place is bugged, right? He knows they're
yeah,
listening, and he's just playing the very long game with them, right? He's kind of just been planted. I think he even talks to his mom about like how he's not with Daedra anymore, just to sever for anyone listening that ISB connection. And
yeah,
so he's like, oh, that's just propaganda. And she's like, oh, they're so hoity-toity and they're all like, so full of themselves. And it's funny how he's talking about these things, saying about in favor of the Gormans, and he doesn't. It's weird how he doesn't actually think those things. Like he kind of like a cognitive dissonance or something. He knows he's being hurt or he's being listened to, so he's kind of just going along with it. They approach him right, very sneaky with the little guy with the basket of spiders and all that, and he gets invited to like their secret kind of council thing. So I love the kind of subterfuge kind of that part. I thought was really cool. Um, but as far as Gorman, I mean, they're just. I like how Cassian has a different idea of Gorman. Luthen has an
yeah.
even more different idea than Cassian about how things should go, and they're all like just unknown awares that they're playing into the hands of the ISB.
Yeah, I really like that as well. I think that Gorman proves to be a very intriguing backdrop for this next arc of the show because, as Luthen himself talks about, part of his reason that he is so motivated to open up this front on Gorman and to assist the Gorman rebels is that there is a real different type of energy and a real importance in an affluent, high culture, high society planet like Gorman stands up against the Empire. And as Luthen says to Cassian, even if it costs their lives. Sort of this notion that he can accept even the martyrdom of this liberation front and this planet for the message it would send about this type of revolution.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that that's very interesting. Um, because obviously, we think about Ferrex, we think about Mina Rao, what we see a lot of, and I think it's important that we do, is the way that the Empire is putting a lean on these dispossessed, marginalized groups, marginalized either by their labor or their identity or both. But now we see, what does it look like when the Empire is impinging on the freedoms of these extremely affluent,
Hmm.
extremely important members of galactic society, galactic business, galactic culture, galactic fashion. And I'm really, really, really interested in this Gorman massacre that we hear Cassian, when he's arrived on Gorman undercover, discuss with one of the bellhops at the place he's staying.
Hmm.
And we learn about this moment when Grand Moff Tarkin landed his ship on top of 500 innocent, unarmed Gormans and killed all of them, obviously, because the ship landed on
Yeah.
them. And I think the way that this arc is dealing with this like generational trauma
Hmm.
and the idea of monuments,
Yeah.
and the desecration of monuments and the outrage of a shadow from an imperial building crossing a monument. I think that there's just a totally different idea of culture
Hmm.
and of society that we're now assessing the impact of the empire through, and I think that's really, really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, we have the different points of views of that, right? We have even within like the little partisan council, like they have like differing opinions about what should be done exactly, right? I like when Mon she goes to the senator for Gorman, and he's like she's trying to court him like, hey, like this is like, for you guys, like we need paint the empire in a certain way. And he's like, he's not fully on board. He's like, like we've had a rough history with them, like we don't want to stoke the fires anymore. He's like, the emperor's like already probably has it out for me, like I can't do this right now, like we can't have this kind of attention. And so you kind of see both sides from Gorman,
Yeah,
like the sort of what's at play of like if we don't do something now, even if we're not ready for it, then like there'll never be the right time to do it if you keep waiting for the right time. And we kind of we get also the other side of people kind of just like the bellhop said, like, oh, we were told not to talk about it with guests, like we don't want to linger on things, we kind of just want to move on, right? And so you just have these parallels are very much real life of people have, let's allow things to happen, and like because the fallout will be worse. And then you have other people on another side who are just like,
yeah,
if silence is kind of complicit, right, to going along with everything. And how we get like Cassian's like you said, like Cassian's like, I'm not, like they're not ready, like what are they gonna do, like they get the weapons and then like they're just gonna be crushed, they're gonna be crushed again. And I think he kind of gets that from the bellhop boy. He kind of learns like, maybe like this isn't the right time. And once he
yeah,
meets the members, he even calls out the daughter of I forgot the guy's name, but like you don't even know, like why would you say that out loud, like in the cafe, like he kind of grills her about like clearly he's already off to like a bad impression about them, like these guys are not professional, they're not ready. And he kind of
yeah,
passes it on to Luthen, right? And like you said, Luthen's kind of like, I don't care. I don't give a damn. Like we need, like you said, we need to open this front. And it's very similar to, I think, in real life, like whenever you hear a celebrity kind of like voice out their opinion about politics, whether it's the left or
yeah,
right, and people rally around that. They rally around that, right? Whoever doesn't agree with them says like, oh, just stick to what like as a celebrity. But then like their fan base will be like, oh, like yes, like okay, like preach, like you're like, you're with us, you're one of us, right? And so I clearly understand Luthen's kind of appeal to, basically he's an accelerant, right? He doesn't really care about
yeah,
how he gets to the goal, he just wants to get there. He doesn't want to go slowly, he's willing to do whatever it takes for the cause. As we see, if you watch with subtitles, the cause, like it's like capitalized, like it's like officially what's called the cause. And so but yeah, getting back to the whole situation with Gorman, um it's clear that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
yeah. Yeah, and I think let's actually put a pin in Gorman for a second, because what you're making me think of, Andrew, is another plot line running parallel here.
Hmm.
And that is the return, very excitingly, of Saw Gerrera to the show, right? Because I think one of the really strong just editing and writing choices of this arc is having these very um unprepared Gorman rebels, these rebels um who are passionate but lacking experience. That's an idea that we hear Dedra and Syril, pass along to
When
what's his name, Partagast, I
Yeah,
believe.
I love that. I love that line when he's like, yeah, those two things often go together, and Cyril doesn't catch it that he's referring to
Yeah.
enthusiasm and experience. I think it says enthusiasm and experience or something like that.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Enthusiasm and experience, like, yeah. And so we have them, right, and we have their sort of roiling situation as they want to get underway with their first act of open rebellion. But then we have Saw Gerrera, and we have his militia, and I really love the way we first see his outpost in this season. We see a pair of armed soldiers standing on a hill guarding this encampment, and you see an X-wing land. And just the way that we visually paint this difference
Hmm.
between these different cells of rebellion,
Sure.
I think is very, very interesting. Um, and then we have, of course, Will, who made it off Mina Rao, as we now know. And he's here with Saw, and he has been uh, essentially kidnapped by Saw to be used to help him. Um, are they? It wasn't entirely clear to me if they're trying to steal
Hmm.
this chemical.
Yeah.
What exactly they're trying to do with it? I think they're trying to sell it, or they just need it for energy or weaponry.
I think the device, what it's designed for, is to be able to. It's compatible with multiple types of fuel, and so there's like a specific configuration for each type of fuel. It's like
Yeah,
if you went to the gas station, you're like, I need premium, I need diesel, I need it's something. That's what I kind of got from it.
yeah, and Will can, and I love how analog this is. He can turn and feel the tumblers in this mechanism to unlock and stabilize this highly toxic, highly valuable resource. And at one small move would light everybody up, and everybody would die in a moment.
Hmm.
So Will is here to train this other engineer for this hit that Saw's men are going to put out. And I love the way that Saw exists on this razor's edge, it feels like, of sanity and insanity. He
Revolution is not for the sane, Abram.
yeah. Yeah, and I just love what Forrest Whitaker did with the character of Saw Gerrera, because obviously, and I don't know if it's obvious to everyone, but Saw was in the animated shows.
Hmm.
That's where he originated from. Nothing like what Forrest Whitaker ended up doing with the character. And so watching him have this real strong ideology and this obvious sense that he commands his troops cunningly and they respect him, pairing that with this malevolence in him, this
Hmm.
fear that he wields as well, is so interesting. And as he kills the other engineer, who, as we come to learn out, was in fact a mole for the Empire.
Hmm.
And we see Saw remain two steps ahead, feeding information to this engineer, and then sending his guys elsewhere for the heist.
Yeah.
It just really draws into contrast the different aspects of rebellion. And this is something we talked about a lot in the first portion of this review discussion, looking at the squabbling on Yavin and the way that that faction splinters up.
Yeah.
But to see such a ruthless and clear of purpose Saw Gerrera, but also one that very much stands alone, that does not care about any interpersonal issue that might arise from kidnapping Will.
Hmm.
He's situated so interestingly. So I'm just really curious what you made of Saw, his rebels, and his arc in contrast to Gorman.
I mean, Saw is the complete opposite of the Gorman Liberation Front. He's a veteran. Most importantly, he is a veteran of the Clone Wars, right? He
Yeah.
against the Confederacy. He was. I remember there's the episode you're referring to where he shows up. It's him and his sister. They're being trained by Obi-Wan and Anakin how to combat the droidicas and the battle droids more effectively. And like he's had at this point decades of experience running counterinsurgencies. And I mean, I love the line where he talks about like how like he's like he talk like, again when he says that like if you know if he thinks he has a will, if he thinks he's crazy or insane, and like he's like I am like that is like that paranoia, that level of paranoia is like what keeps you alive. It's what keeps you going, to be able to like sniff out that Will's new to him, but who knows how long that other engineer had already been with him, and he had sniffed out that he was like a spy. Like clearly, it's he's in the kind of game where paranoia is what keeps you going, keeps you alive. It's not trusting anything, just at its base. Very different from like the daughter of the leader over at Gorman, who just shows up and just immediately approaches Cassian out in the open, starts talking about like why he's there. And so I mean, I also love the scene. I don't know if we're getting there yet, but just where he's been affected by these gases, by these fuel lines, right?
Yeah.
And that's like a weird thing, or kind of like a with Bix with her drugs, and and Saw with his like it's kind of little these last three episodes, but he gives like an interesting story about how it basically allows him to see his sister, and like clearly like this is like a hallucinogen or something for him. And like I even forgot like he had a sister, and it's like he's running this rebellion and doing everything because of presumably what happened to her and for everybody else. And so just seeing Saw, I like how we get the explanation for why he has that mask later on in Rogue One, and he's just like puffing away, and just he delivers this
Yeah.
really nice monologue to Will about the rebellion, about what they're doing, and to like let if it was Ridium or Rhodium or something like that. But he's like yeah, like inhale it,
Righto.
like Righto, there you go. He's like yeah, like he's like none of us are gonna survive this. Like the Republic's gonna come, but we're not gonna be here to see it. So like screw it, man. Like just do what you want. And then Will's like he went from being like a hostage to being like yeah, like, and then you see how Saw is very
Yeah.
magnetic. He is very charismatic. He's like very magnetic, charismatic leader. And he transformed Will into like another one of his just regular troops, kind of just like that, like in such a short amount of time. And him also just killing the engineer in front of everybody. He's a traitor. I'm trying to do the voice, and right, and they search him, pull up the little fob or whatever, and
Yeah.
everybody's like, okay, and they go back to business as usual. Like, okay, well, like that Saw being so like on the edge, like you have to imagine these people are already used to it, kind of, and they see that as probably more of a strength than an actual like liability.
Yeah, I mean, so I found here somebody transposed his monologue to Will on Reddit, and I just did the ending portion of this because this is how episode 5 ends. He says towards the end of his monologue here, "Revolution not for the sane. Look at us, unloved, hunted, cannon fodder. We'll all be dead before the Republic is back, and yet here we are. Where are you, boy? You're here. You're not with Luthen. You're here. You're right here, and you're ready to fight. We're in the Rido, kid. We're the fuel." We're the thing that explodes when there's too much friction in the air. Let it in, boy. That's freedom calling. Let it in. Let it run. Let it run wild. And he rips his mask off. And he breathes in the Rido. And to me, Andrew, this is why Andor is just in a different fucking stratosphere from, and not this is not even a this is one type of Star Wars, this is another. I
Uh-huh.
just mean broadly speaking, the writing of this show I think is just, I can't believe it. I mean, the way what's packed into this moment between Wilman and Saw is just incredible. This idea of taking in the pain and not turning from it, having no filter, having that in your lungs, and having this idea, we are the fuel, we are the ones that are going to be lit on fire, and we are going to what's the quote, spark a rebellion that's going to
Mhm.
burn,
Yes.
so I just I had chills when episode 5 ended there. I just I it's so expertly edited also, this scene as Saw is monologuing but his past, talking about how the Rhino burnt off his clothes and the
Yeah.
clothes of the other slave laborers he was with. And they were dying and they were working naked. And all the while we're cutting back to this mechanical clicking and this ratcheting of tension as we're
Mm.
seeing on the little readout, the bar moving up, down, left, and
Yeah.
right as Will is trying to free the Rhino there. It's just impeccably done. And there's a comment on this Reddit thread that I really liked here, from Tofu the Beast. Uh, no, wrong. Delicious Band 6756, talking about how Will is a good candidate to become an extremist, and I think that seeing him himself be lit aflame by Saw's extremism is very interesting in this fanatical sensibility. I
Well,
just love.
I was saying, well, he was the one that made the pipe bomb in last season, and
Yeah.
threw it to the Empire. So I definitely believe he could be radicalized very easily that way. So
Yeah, and so I just really I wanted to take that digression because I just was really moved by that scene, and I think the way that this stands in contrast to the Gorman arc is really really interesting. Um, before we talk about the actual Gorman heist, or even the role that Syril plays in it more specifically, because I think that the imperial politicking is really interesting
mhm.
in this group of episodes. I want to turn our attention to Bix.
Yes,
Um, what did you think of the arc and journey Bix goes on in these episodes?
I really liked it. I liked how she did get some. Unlike the last season or the last week's episodes, she finally got her retribution. The how we start off the episode, I think, with she has that dream, right? They're in that apartment, that hideout, and she sees Dr. Gorst like just waiting for her. And I guess through the language of the dream, we find out that like her and Andor had recently like killed an Imperial, a very young Imperial, because he had seen her face or something. And then when they go to the store, they go to like the little Bogota, little and they're kind of like looking at the, they're looking around for like little snacks and stuff, and like she clearly seems to be kind of like I'm like she's getting restless, like I'm ready, like ready to be put out in the field, ready to do what I have to do, like I don't want to hide anymore, right? And like they have a romantic relationship, and Cassian's just very, from his past experiences, he realizes he's vulnerable and he's very protective of Bix. uh and we find out that she's been kind of taking this it's like inhalant, I think. I'm not sure if I'm trying to remember if it was oral or inhalant, but
Yeah, she got like a dropper and she puts drops on her tongue.
okay, that's what it was. All right. And yeah, she's taking this to help her sleep, right? And I mean, if you need something to fall asleep, it's probably because something is on your mind or troubling you, right? So it makes sense for her to feel that. And then visits her while Cassian's like away, and he kind of knows that she's a little vulnerable. He wants to put her to work, and he sees how she is, and he's like, maybe not. Maybe this isn't the best, the best time for her because she's clearly, on something. And just to see how she has to cope. She's had this terrible interactions with Dr. Gorse, also with, the almost rape from last week. And she's been through a lot more. I mean, she's still alive, but she's been through a lot than some of the other living characters. And I feel really bad for her.
Yeah.
And we get to the point at the end, I don't know if you mind if we go straight to that, but she basically kind of gets her revenge, right? Luthen delivers. I think it's implied off screen. I'm not sure if he mentions it outright, but it's implied that he basically delivers. Doctor, once we find, when he finds out from Lonnie about how they're expanding the psycho
Yeah.
torture program from one person to an actual like a department, Lonnie kind of feeds that information to Luthen, and then Luthen clearly gives it to Bigson and Cassian to foil that.
Yeah, I wow, the ending of episode 6, I just really was, pardon me, blown away by it. I I, I
It's
I
always the third episode. It's always the third one that kind
yeah.
of just has the big. Mm.
Yeah, I liked this because it was sort of like potential versus kinetic energy. You know, we sort of have Bix trapped in place for so long, I think this tension in her character is really interesting. This tension between this desire to do more, this this want to live, this want for her and Cassian to shop and cook dinner together, to go for a walk outside and not have to worry, right? But this deep, paralyzing trauma. I think that the multitudes she contains, and then this way that she disappoints Luthen is very interesting by telling Cassian that Luthen had come to visit, by evidently not being ready for field work. And I think this relationship between Cassian and Bix and Luthen is very interesting. And the confrontation that Cassian and Luthen have, and the way that it results in a mission that gets them out in the field together, but is, I think, a really sympathetic mission from Luthen. There's this
Yeah,
personal catharsis in it. You're going to go kill the man who you see in your sleep every night.
take her power back. Yeah,
I loved that. I think it was what her character needed, as I sort of was feeling worried that she would be this just continual conduit for like the basically like instructional for how a authoritarian regime like this oppresses and violates people. I was worried that she would just continue to be that punching
yeah.
bag in a way that
Hmm.
Cassian couldn't,
Agree.
but in fact we see her, as you said, I think perfectly, reclaim her power. um, I just love not only her strapping him into that machine, but then just shooting that
Yeah,
Imperial.
when she walks out. Yeah,
It's just so great. I feel like I mean, obviously it's wordless, but it communicates so much. Just them shoulder to shoulder after she's killed him and strapped Gorston to be killed. The explosion blowing out that building as they just walk away together, and it sort of, I think, shows everything they've been through together, and where they're going now, both back out in the field. And it's just it makes me feel worried, right? Because do we see Bix in Rogue One? I've not seen Rogue One in many years. No.
I don't think so. No,
Yeah,
no.
and it's just like this feeling in me. Well, I mean, also she, because obviously, because Felicity Jones, Jyn Erso, and Cassian kiss, right?
Yeah,
And I don't think, especially now that we know that the relationship, the nature of the deep, intimate relationship between Cassian and Bix, I just don't like the idea that she's gonna die in the next 2 weeks.
yeah. I mean, Diego Luna himself said that like once you finish this season, you're gonna want to watch Rogue One again. You're gonna have a completely different context for the stuff that happens in Rogue One. So
Yeah, yeah, and I don't know. I really was moved by the intersection of the personal and professional, for want of a better way to put it, the life that um Cassian and Bix lead or try to lead, the threads that they're trying to weave back together into real life, their inability to do so. The moment when Bix is lying on the floor looking at the TV, just watching this
Good
junk on
Morning
TV.
Coruscant. Yeah,
Yeah, and we pull back from that, and she's lying on the ground, like clearly high, half with it, holding on to her blaster. I just I think that the portrait we paint of this depressing life, and the lack of safety, the lack of anything, the motivation to fight or to have nothing, feels like it's on very clear display here. I'm curious, Andrew, what you made of the other lives we see on the double lives we see on Coruscant. The relationship with Clea, Luthen, and the other sort of high society Coruscant members. What did you think of that whole portion of these episodes?
I really did enjoy that. We talked in the past how I actually do enjoy like the politics of Star Wars a lot more than
Yeah,
probably the average viewer. Apparently, it's I can't remember the term, but it's senatorial something week. I'm trying to remember. All these senators, just these this kind of freshman class of senators, 80 senators had just been
yeah,
recently brought into the Senate, and they're kind of all doing. They're kind of just mixing and meshing with high society and a mixture of imperial dignitaries and Mon's trying to, she's trying to get some support for at least in the I think in the first episode. I don't know if it's the second one, but I'm trying to remember. But she's trying to get some support, and she's just very dejected from her and her I forgot the other guy's name, but the one who's basically always like following her around. They're like kind of like, schmoozing and trying to like make their point across for like things to basically improve the state of the people in the empire. And she's just being dejected left and right. They're just not interested. No one wants to ruffle basically Palpatine's feathers. Is basically what's that feeling again. Parallels, real life parallels and stuff, and everyone's kind of just like they're just focused. Invest, I think it's called investiture. I think that's what the week was called, and we're seeing again. We mentioned the senator from Gorman, how he doesn't want to shake up anything. He wants to just kind of forget everything, and then we have Clea with the very analog style. Her little setup with the big old giant keyboard and dials and everything, and she gets the hint about I can't remember his name, but he's the in-laws for Leda. He has like this private collection. One of one of his pieces turns out to be fake, so now they have to do a complete like review of every single piece. Clea catches this, and she's like, "We need to get in there and replace it." Luthen's like super pissed at her, like, "Why would you do this thing without letting me know? Like, how could you put something that's going to be traced back to us? Basically, like you put like us like in jeopardy." And you kind of get the sense like kind of Clea like she does a pretty good job of standing up for herself, and you're kind of starting to wonder like is Clea the one maybe running the operation, or is Luthen like they're clearly at odds, kind of left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing, but like they seem to almost have like equal levels of authority with each other. So it's interesting to see Clea kind of come into her own this way. Um, the stuff going on with Axis and how Partagaz has a Dedra's her former assistant in the first season. Now he's like on equal footing as her. I think I counted the little blue squares. He has like the same
yeah,
number as her at 3. So he's now overseeing Axis, and she's kind of bitter about that because I like that was her pet project, and now she's been moved on to the of course Scormon. And so I like kind of seeing that. I want to take a moment to just admire. I'm not rooting for him, but let's just admire Partagaz for a quick minute, Abram. Just because he is quickly becoming one of my favorite characters. This guy, he reminds me of like a college professor who, he asks the class for an answer for something, and everyone's too afraid to answer. They don't want to seem stupid. They don't want to get embarrassed. And like brown nosing does not work on him anymore. He is immune to brown nosy. He wants out of the box thinking. I'm trying to remember. There's like a question he asks the group, and like no one answers, and then Lonnie kind of like speaks up, and then Lonnie's like, oh, like what's going wrong? Like, what are we doing wrong? He's looking for answers, and everyone's like, he's kind of grilling this guy next to Lonnie, and then Lonnie kind of like steps up and says, there's just too many. We're arresting too many people, and we just don't have the resources to process them. And he kind of just like, yes, I've reached the same conclusion. Like, yeah, like, oh, okay, like that out of the box answer was the one he was looking for. And even after the session's over, like the guy's like, oh, like thanks for saving me. Like,
yeah.
it's like I don't know what I was supposed to say. Like, he's gonna keep grilling me, and it's like you get like. He's Party Guys is very much like this kind of jaded college professor. I kind of get, and like I just love his line delivery. He gives an assignment to Lonnie and to the other guy who used to work for Dedra, and the guy's like, "Oh, it's such an honor." Like he's like, "An honor, really?" He's like, "It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm." Like I just love how he just puts these
Yeah.
people down. They know they're trying to advance, and he's just kind of like no, like I'm not gonna. So I just wanted to focus on him because I love his delivery. I love the character just in general, even though like he's a horrible person who's
Yeah.
willing to support genocide. Like he's one of those people that you just like to see him in action regardless of his morals. So
Yeah, the moment you're talking about with Lonnie, I really like his Partagast's last remark as he's leaving the room. thanking Lonnie for reminding everybody else how the room is supposed to operate. I think that that's really good. He certainly has this he has this air to him that to me feels very archetypal for an imperial officer, which I
Mhm.
like. But one thing that these episodes do that I really enjoy is it puts the Imperials, namely Krennic,
Yeah.
in conversation with the senators. It puts them in the same social setting
Oh, I love that
because
part. Yeah.
we have Mon Mothma trading barbs with Krennic in this shared place. And what I really like about this is these two people who are so ideologically opposed, they still coexist in this space.
Yeah.
And I think that that's interesting. I mean, uh, the the way that you think about American politics being in a lot of ways very much social. It's about social climbing,
Yeah.
and even as like Trump's administration does these horrible things, those people are still rubbing elbows with the Democratic wing of government. They're still at the same functions,
Right.
and they are no doubt also engaged in these very tense, very heated conversations as we see between Mauden and Krennic. And I'll turn it back over to you, Andrew, because I'm curious what about that scene struck you so much. I think for me it was just the novelty again of seeing this period where our characters are now talking openly about them being in a war, but they're not in the Galactic Civil War the way we know the Galactic Civil
Yes.
War from the original trilogy.
Yeah.
So we're in this early period still where the sides are face to face, and as Clea and Luthen joke when they leave the function having removed the Luthen device, we should have killed Krennic right there.
Yeah.
But what did you think about that dialogue between Mon and Krennic?
This was one of the scenes I was looking forward to the most because we do see it in the trailer where you don't see them at the exact same moment, but we see the backgrounds of the art gallery. And
Yeah,
in the trailer, we see Mon with she's got Luthen and I forgot one of her like dignitaries, and we see Krennic and Leia's in law. I forget his name, but the owner of the gallery, and we
yeah,
see like they're in the exact same just space existing, right? And like I think about it. I'm glad you mentioned the thing about like real life parallels because I always think of that too. Whenever I see like there's like a G20 or G8 summit,
yeah,
and you see all these world leaders, so you can just tell they just hate each other's guts. When you see like Putin and I forgot the guy from China. I forgot his name, but you just see them like mingling with it, whether it was under Obama or under Trump or Biden, and you're kind of just like play nice, smile, like ham it up for the photos and stuff, and you're just like you just know like oh whatever they're talking about it's got to be good. And so
yeah,
just the back and forth Mon says like oh like I don't ever see you like outside of the witness stand and credit kind of just like bluffs it off and kind of just brushes it off. He's like he's the imperial dignitary. He's very at this point kind of a little I think he's a Mendelsohn even mentioned like in an interview about how like he's playing this Krennic a little more he said fruity, his words a little more fruity than how he is in Rogue One. And he's kind of just like he has to put on appearances, not to be bothered. They go over the pieces and they kind of talk a little bit about history, right? Like, oh, like this piece is from the Lost or the Empire or something. And he's like, oh yeah, we learned about this at the ISB Academy. And talks about like he goes back and forth with Mon about he's like, oh, so your rebel is my terrorist or something like, or I think it's the other way around. Your terrorist is my rebel, and like
yeah,
it's very coded, right? For everybody else present, maybe they kind of pick up a little bit on hostility, but it's not out in the open, right? It's very coded, the kind of code switch, whatever you want to call it. Like they're clearly poking at each other's politics, and they just know that in the present company, they can't do much more than that. And I just love the tension of like you see after all this time because we know where each of them is going to end up in Rogue One, right? One gets blown up, other one becomes the leader of the Rebel Alliance, and just as I'm watching the scene, I'm thinking about where they have been leading up to this point and then where they're going after this point, and I kind of just like the idea of them just being kind of just passive aggressive against each other
yeah.
and because you kind of have to be right, like you said, like you kind of you got to oil the machine of politics, and you can't just be as like you said, like Luthen, who he's like wanted to just like, oh, we should have just killed him, and like, knowing not us knowing like what Krennic's gonna be responsible for and all that in the future, and I really love the tension, and then how they even go over the piece. He makes a joke when they get to like that weird round thing that I guess interesting lore tidbit about how it's from a planet where sight is like a deterrent or it's a bad thing. Like being blind is a gift. So I'm like, all right, it's supposed to be like a planet that's like very like brightly lit or something. But he's running his hands over the thing, and he's still like kind of making jokes about like he's like, oh, like something about the blind being gifted. He's like, oh, I think we all know somebody like that or something like that. And it's like, he just kind of he keeps poking.
Yeah.
And I just love that, just that polite society passive aggressiveness. I love seeing that with these two opposing sides. And then we have the whole thing, the whole tension in the background. Like I felt so nervous for Clea and Lonnie trying to, oh, the key's stuck. Like I'm like, what? I'm like, what do you mean the key is stuck? They're getting close to you guys, and just like that whole tension. And I always talk about like every third episode is like the big one, right? And just seeing where our players on the board have kind of ended up at this point, and just in that moment where they're all kind of just together, and you have all these people who are just moving about, and then the big controversy this week, we see Benjamin Bratt as Bail Organa, and I was like, oh, they're like, oh, like Senator Organa, and I'm like what? I'm like, okay, like I guess that's him for now. Okay. So like all that kind of just rolled together. I enjoyed
Yeah.
it. I thought it was a really good kind of wrapping up this trilogy of episodes.
Yeah, and to that end, I think we got to wrap up this portion of our review by talking about the actual heist on Gorman, and where everybody sits in that process. Let's tackle it first from the point of view of the Empire, because obviously, as we learn, as is Dedra's plan from the first set of episodes, what the Empire needs is they need a group of rebels who are going to do the wrong thing,
Mm-hmm.
and we see that. Before we see that, though, just a moment I really love. Syril comes back home to visit her in Coruscant, and they have an
Turn the lights
hour.
off.
Turn the lights off. The like very clear dominant submissive relationship between Dedra and Syril respectively, then that's very important. I find to be really interesting, and I think it does play into the eagerness of Syril. I mean, Syril loves to please people. He particularly loves to please the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have him here, as we talked about earlier, ingratiating himself with the Gorman front, getting them the information they need to pull off this heist. And then we see it all go wrong as Syril sits far away atop a building with binoculars, feeding back in real time to Partagast and Dedra
Before we
what's
even get
going on.
before we even
Yeah.
get to that, Abram, the moment where after the debriefing with Partagaz leaves the room, and Cyril turns to Dedra and says, like this might be like the best day of my life.
Yeah.
That he's being so useful to
Yeah.
the Empire. He just relishes being useful, and Dedra's kind of she has like this annoyed look, like, oh my god, like. And then I
And
feel bad.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, he also doesn't even know the whole extent of what's
Yes,
happening.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Partagaz tells Data like he must never find out like what role he's actually playing, and it's like Cyril, like we know he's gonna be set up for disappointment at some point.
Speaking of disappointment, or perhaps more aptly heartbreak, we see this heist. It's a simple heist. We throw out some mines, we disable the transport, we take the weapons caches, we throw them into the sewer, we load them up, and we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is it a low stakes heist from the point of view of the rebels who have it timed out, but it's low stakes, as we know as the audience member, because it's all controlled by the Empire, and they're not going to crush them. As we learn, them feeling a taste of how it feels to win is key to this for the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
But everything doesn't go according to plan, and Cinta is shot. The one shot fired in the whole exchange on accident just so happens to hit Cinta and kill her. What did you think of this whole sequence?
Kind of upset me just because like Vel was so explicit with no blasters, just her and Cinta. We're gonna have blasters. No one else needed blasters. Like there wasn't gonna be any infantry or any like soldiers. Like you don't need to bring the blasters. And then the one guy who's like very gung ho, like willing, is like no. She tells him no blasters, and he doesn't even say yeah. I don't know if he says yes or. I think she asks like if he understands, and you can tell like it's a very reluctant kind of like. And of course, he brings a blaster. And we see the gentleman from the council earlier, the one who was very up in arms about everything. And there's a struggle for the gun. And Cinta, after surviving so many high stakes situations, Abram, after doing all this work for Luthen and far more dangerous circumstances, she just happens to be struck by it. Not even like knowing there was like a blaster going off or whatever. And it's just kind of, it feels a little climatic for Cinta, but it also gives us one of the better speeches from Vel right after. And yeah, it's again, these people weren't really ready. They're very again eagerness and inexperience ended up costing Cinta her life here. And like you said, there was like no like the Empire made it super easy for them. They just I like the scene where where Partagas clears out the entire like intelligence center, like clears out everybody because of how secret like this op is, where it's just basically him and Dedra in the room. But like
Yeah.
Syril was like feeding them information, and like okay, like just keep monitoring, like don't just don't do anything. Like, keep monitoring, keep allowing them. I think I maybe I imagine it, but I think they even like delayed the response from for the Imperial for the transport. I'm not sure, but they basically made sure that everything went off with a hitch, and so there was still a fatality, and it was so easily preventable, and it's just very upsetting that it happened.
Yeah, the moment that Vel unleashes on this guy, as you're saying, I'm paraphrasing, but it's like I don't have to tell you
Mhm.
to never forget this. You're going to wear this moment like skin.
100, yeah,
It's just
bars.
yeah, it's just heartbreaking, and I think it's interesting, right? Because it's anticlimactic certainly. I certainly agree. But I think that the anticlimax is in some ways so like poetically heartbreaking
Yeah, I can see that.
that there's no because I think the show is careful to have an even hand, right? There's a lot of talk about martyrdom and this real fanatical sense of purpose and drive, right? But
Hmm.
what happens when there's an accident, when something goes wrong, it's a mess. This whole thing is a mess. They're trying. This is all they have.
Hmm.
And this guy who's, as Vel says, you know, will never measure up, that killed someone who will be celebrated in ways he couldn't understand.
Yeah,
She's just dead now. I think it sort of reinforces this fragility that I don't
yeah,
think
well
we
said.
often expect, especially out of Star Wars. So I think that it's just heartbreaking. It's so hauntingly written, and it's of course this arc was written by the guy who wrote the Narkina 5 arc, and it's a moment to me similar to Andy Circus
Oh
as we're
yeah,
leaving Narkina 5 and we're jumping into the ocean. He turns to Cassian and says, "I can't swim."
yeah,
It's similar. It echoes to me in that way, and I think that deflation is part of what makes this show so emotionally captivating. The
hmm,
way we ping pong between these poles of her death and then Cassian and Bix, this righteous, brutal vengeance they're unleashing after even more brutal, unfathomable violence begot Bix. It's just inescapable. I think that this idea of these different forms of violence and the inevitability of it all is made very clear in episode 6.
yeah. Yeah. That note of how like you said, that's a great parallel to the Kino Loy, right? Kino Loy,
Yeah.
of the whole like circumstances. Sometimes circumstances are out of your hands, and that's just
Yeah.
that's just how life is. I think of when I hear people say about, I did everything right in life. I did all the things. I was a good person, and I'm still in this situation. It's like, yeah, sometimes you don't, life doesn't always reward you, or things just are out of your hand, and you kind of just have
Yeah.
to deal with it. And that, what you mentioned, the fragility of the whole thing with they lost somebody who was clearly a valuable asset, and not just that, but also a beloved, or at least beloved by Vel. And you imagine for Luthen, it's like, damn, like he's not going to find someone to replace her that easily for what she does for him. So yeah, it's tragic, but it's also I see what you mean when you say it being anticlimactic is kind of poetic in a way where it's like, yeah, like casualties of war, and sometimes it's not even. It's like when I think about soldiers returning home, and then a lot of them, you know, die here at home more than they do overseas, right? They,
Yeah.
have suicide and depression, and those things are, the things that are trained for, the things they expect to happen aren't always the things, that get them. It's the things they don't see coming. In this
Yeah.
case, a stray blaster bolt that gets them.
And that sort of sets the table for the next three episodes. And it's just, it's heartbreaking, right? When you think about all the characters we know that we don't see again
Hmm.
in Rogue One, and we think about
There's no Beto Emo in Rogue One.
no, no, and there's
Do
a
you think he's
just
gone, Abram, or do you think we're going to see him in the next 2 weeks?
I think we'll see him.
I hope so.
I think we'll see him, even if it's just like an insert shot of him, you know,
At an award
rolling
ceremony.
around the hill. I don't know.
uh,
I think we'll see a little something of him. But I mean, there's another very important droid that we have to meet quite
oh, that's
soon.
right. Yeah, we haven't seen him yet. He's been
Yeah.
teased too. Yeah.
So we'll see. But Andrew, I think we pretty much covered everything. Is there anything you wanted to shout out that we didn't?
Let's see. I gave Partagas his flowers. I'm just thinking about who we know is in Rogue One, like Saw and Cassian, and everybody else. I'm still thinking what's
Yeah.
gonna happen to Luthen, what's gonna happen to
Yeah.
Clea. Certain, obviously Bix. I think that we lost Brasso, we lost Cinta. I'm thinking like who's next on the chopping block that we're gonna lose. And I mean, we're gonna have the answers within the next 2 weeks, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm actually, it's okay for me to say this as of
Yeah.
recording. We have tomorrow and the next batch of episodes, so we
Yeah.
don't. So you and I, in real time, don't have to wait that long to find out.
Very true.
But I can't wait to see. I'm still, even though I didn't like these episodes as much as last week's. It's like comparing steak to a lobster. It's like the margin of quality is not that far apart. So I'm still looking forward. From what I understand, Abram, from a lot of the people who saw the screeners, who got to have the early previews, this next week is supposedly the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm
We'll
hyped.
see. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. I mean, because the last thing I'll say is that I think sort of one of the key differences between season 1 and 2 already is just the presence of action. I
Mm,
I, I mean, the first season was very deliberate. I think to have many more set pieces than this one does.
yeah.
Um, really, every arc had a more consequential set piece than these.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and I don't mean that as a criticism. I simply just think it's a difference. And so I'm curious in these last two arcs if that really stays the course. We already have gotten some wonderful set pieces in this season. Obviously, the opening heist of the experimental TIE fighter was super super cool, and while fleeting, the obviously the vengeance Bix and Cassian enact is
Yeah.
very moving too. But the other thing, Andrew, we have to see a lot of people die, but we also have to see the rebellion take shape,
Mhm.
because by the time we get into Rogue One, there is um a ready to be deployed
Yeah.
organized military force.
Yeah, thinking about
Um,
sorry to cut you off, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Thinking about that scene, because I really saw that scene again in Rogue One where Jin delivers the whole rebellions are built on hope, right? And you think
Yeah,
of all the players that are in that room. You have the Mon Calamari with like Akbar, and you
yeah,
got all these other people we don't really I forgot who they are, but just clearly the people who are in the front with their their fine vestments and clothing, who are clearly represent different factions. It's like, all right, we're gonna. If this leads directly into Rogue One, that means that setup of who's at the table is
yeah,
probably going to be set up within the next 2 weeks. So I'm curious to see just how how we get on Yavin 4 again. Is Cassian going to be like, hey, I know a spot? Like, is he just going to do that, or like, you know what I mean, or like, are the rebels who he ran into, are they still going to be there? Maybe they're part of that group too, and just like how we set up with everything. Just one last thing because I don't think we mentioned it. The Saw's base is the base from The Last Jedi. I thought that was really cool. The two hangars next to each other, kind of blending into like the hills. I was like, like I know where that is. So that's it.
Well, Andrew, lots of people's fates hanging on by a thread. A whole rebellion
Spider
to
thread.
really spider thread to really get organized here. I think that our characters need something in particular to make it to end episode 12. What is that, Andrew? What if you had to encapsulate in a phrase?
I would say, may the force be with you.
And everybody, we are back for actually the final session of the Andor recording. We're going to be talking about episodes 6 through 12. I'll put a timestamp after 9 if you're curious for our thoughts on just one of the arcs. But traveling, illness, various things got in the way of us sitting down and recording these separately, which for me was actually a relief because it meant I got to watch all 6 episodes in succession. I didn't really have to wait. Well, I would have been too impatient to wait that week after episode 9 before episode 10, but PAX, illness, I still sound a little throaty. Forgive me, we can't wait any longer, Andrew. We just have to get into what is the end of Andor, which is sad.
Yeah.
We'll do a lot of these sort of high-level thoughts at the end of this discussion, but then also in another discussion that we're going to be recording soon with our good friend Steven, where we're going to kind of look at Andor more globally, the whole series. So for now, we're going to focus more on getting really in-depth about episodes 6 to 12 and give some full thoughts at the end. But Andrew, let's look at that arc 6 to 9. The second half of the Gorman arc, it's really heavy. It's really, really heavy. I'm curious, again, let's go even higher this time. Let's go 5 million feet in the air.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably low atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's probably high atmosphere. It might not even be on the moon. I don't really know how far the moon is from this planet. But Andrew, what did you think of this arc?
It lived up to what I expected from what I heard from a lot of people who got screeners who were hyping it up as like this is probably the most exciting of the 4 arcs throughout season 2. Man, it is brutal. It is absolutely brutal, and even though I sometimes have to remember to separate myself when I'm watching something, and I'm like, okay, it's Star Wars, it's not real. But when you it's kind of like when I played The Last of Us Part 2 during the pandemic, and kind of like my mind being back and forth between like, oh yeah, like that's the things we're saying in real life or the things they say in the game and vice versa. Just kind of talking about when you hear the words like genocide and you hear words like saboteurs or just like false flag attacks, stuff like that, and you're kind of just like, oh, like yeah, like it's like sometimes it feels like it can be a little too on the nose, but like at the same time it's like it's like, yes, like you have to be reminded constantly like, oh yeah, that's why I feel this certain way, because sometimes it's a little too real, right? And just the where we end up after, I mean, there's a couple lines that kind of like from Partagaz, like when he says like when Dedra is asking him like, so are we proceeding? He's like, she says something about like, what does that mean for Gorman? He's like bad news, or is it bad news or bad day Gorman or something like that. And I was like how he says that so callously. I'm like, oh man, like it's really, really, really dark. And I think it's probably the darkest. If Andor's already like the darkest show within Star Wars, then episode 9 is episode 8 in this case, I think would be the darkest episode within the series.
Yeah, episode 8 is crazy. I mean, I think the moment when I knew that we're really going in is when the Imperial sniper shoots the Imperial soldier to start the riot. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Andrew.
My bad.
Because we get to spend a little bit of time on Yavin. And I think this arc is interesting because we're starting to really see the rebellion take shape.
Really quickly
And
too, don't you kind of think?
yeah, I think this was sort of always inevitably going to happen, even with, with these big time jumps. It kind of gives us an opportunity to hand wave a little bit of the, accelerating pace we have to be on to be
Mm-hmm.
in line with the fully militarized, fully ready rebellion we see in Rogue One. But I agree with you. Nonetheless, I think the glimpses we get of Yavin 4 are really interesting, and we meet this Force healer in
That's
episode
right.
7.
Yeah.
And I think the Force healer is so interesting because it's the first real mention of the Force we get in Andor.
Almost
And
feels out of place in a way, almost, which is
it
funny for Star
does.
Wars.
And I think that's part of what makes it such an interesting exchange between Cassian and the healer. His real reluctance.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Force plays a much more significant role in Rogue One with Chirrut, if I remember. I still haven't done my Rogue One rewatch. Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Um, but I really liked that moment, and I liked seeing the dynamic between the Force healer Bix and Cassian. What did you think of this part?
I kind of liked it because it kind of just reminds you that this is Star Wars. We talk about how sometimes
Yeah.
it's so easy to forget that you're watching a Star Wars show because there's just no Jedi. There's no that one admiral says, no sorceress ways, right? There's no mention of the Force at all, really. And it's so easy to forget that. And then we get to this one person, and like even within, it reminds you too, just how even within Star Wars, how like suspicious people are of the nature of the Force, where Cassian kind of dismisses, like, isn't she like the cook or something? Like saying
Yeah.
like that's not even like her main role, right? Like she's like kind of like I wouldn't say like a snake oil salesperson, but kind of just like that's right, like the Jedi are like, there's so few Jedi in even like in their prime, and like there's like the average person probably never even saw a Jedi in their own life. So like someone who's like, who claims to be able to use the Force, and then like you don't really see it. She's kind of just like a healer, not in the sense of like she's not like closing wounds or anything, but kind of just I guess promoting maybe, I don't know, circulation or something. But so yeah,
Yeah.
Cassian's very like just kind of suspicious. He doesn't really believe in this woman, and she kind of picks up, right, like when as soon as he gets nearby, she kind of stops what she's doing to like look around, like what's that? It's like calling me. And Bix is a huge believer, right? We kind of get the idea that Bix is like if not a huge believer, at least an optimist, more optimistic than Cass is. And this woman kind of comes over, and Cassian's like doesn't want to like he doesn't want to be touched by her, and they're trying to convince him that like she might be able to help you. And she kind of and she like says something along the lines of like about him being a messenger, or I think it's a messenger, right?
Yeah.
And how he's like gathering these people, right? He's a messenger, and he has to gather people. He has like this ability to gather people along like his road. And Cass is kind of just like like, I don't know, right? He's very suspicious of her, and I find it very interesting. Like I forget like I mean, it's easy to forget that even not just anyone who's attuned to the Force is necessarily a Jedi. Like there's so many Force cultures we've talked about like ad nauseum in this series about how there's just so many different Force cultures within Star Wars. So this woman could easily be from somewhere where the Force is maybe goes by a different name. Maybe it's not even the Force, but it's just something that kind of like a Witch of Dathomir or something like that. She uses it a certain way, right? And so I find it kind of like kind of not ground. I don't think grounding is the right word, but it kind of reminds us like, oh yeah, like this is, at the end of the day, this is still Star Wars, and this omnipresent Force in different people's lives, like this thing is here. And I kind of like how I kind of like how it's used, but at the same time, I don't like it too much, because I feel like it kind of takes away the normalcy, or like the of what's supposed to be these normal people, these amazing things done by normal people. And like I kind of wish we kind of left some of like the Destiny-ish stuff in other more traditional avenues of Star Wars. I thought it was neat, but at the same time, I felt like it kind of, for me personally, it kind of detracted a little bit from Cassian to have this kind of like, you're meant to do this kind of thing. And I was like okay, fine.
Yeah, I think I don't. To me, it's not really a criticism, but you can definitely feel in these episodes 7, and then especially in 10 to 12, that there's sort of we're merging now. We're merging the world of Andor into the world of Rogue One, which, even though Rogue One is very much relying on the tropes of the war film, it's still a lot closer to sort of archetypal Star Wars, quote unquote, than Andor is. And so I think you can kind of feel Tony Gilroy, starting to acclimate us back to that, right? Because if the idea is you're going to jump directly into Rogue One when you finish episode 12 Andor, well, you got to start, getting us to that temperature. And so I see where you're coming from. I think that ultimately, like, 7 is a lot of really lining up the pieces of the puzzle, right? Lining up the pawns on the chessboard. We talked about this a bit with the first arc of the show, but I think it's particularly true with episode 7, because we get some information here about the way that Dedra is beginning to lose control of the operation on Gorman. We have this other from another part of the Empire, a lot more strategy minded. This man is going to come in and be overseeing the Gorman operation. Syril starts to become clear that he's also losing his grip on what's happening here as the Empire is ratcheting up their rhetoric. So it really feels like the powder keg is being lit on fire in episode 7, and then episode 8 and 9, which, well, really all these episodes are very, very contiguous, but 8 and 9 together are really it exploding, and I think they're really where we ought to focus on for this arc. So we have Cassian back on Gorman with the express mission of killing Dedra, and it's got intel now that she's not only there but regularly out in the open. But it's not, obviously it doesn't prove to be that easy, because we see the ratcheting up of militarism and fear here on Gorman. So what did you make of this sort of recontextualization of the planet, this new crop of imperial troops, this new sense of oppression, the real sense of urgency on Gorman and going into episode 8?
Yeah, I like how they made a point to introduce like this fresh batch of new like recruits who are pretty green. They I think they remark on how like young, I forgot it was Dedra or Syril. I think it's Dedra or Syril. One of them two remarks on how young they look. They're like very inexperienced.
There's a great detail. Sorry to interrupt, but there's a great detail there where one of them they all get told to send attention, and like puts his visor up. His visor falls back down. Like nothing quite fits them. They're all young kids.
Yeah. Like how, yeah, they're kind of lost, and kind of just, you can tell they look they're not like, at with the poise and like experience of being in the military. And we find out that's for a reason later on, very sinister reason later on. But you can see like they have these barriers now in the open plaza. Like the plaza is kind of like closed off. They have like these barriers set up. It's way stricter now, and when Cassie comes back, now he's not the fashion guy. Now he's like a photographer, I think, or a journalist. I'm trying to remember. I'm getting confused. I think because
he's still the same alias, but then he adopts a journalist alias for episode 9 to get into the Senate. Get Mon out.
Okay, I think he's like a journalist or photographer, because when he checks in at the hotel, they say, "Oh, like your credentials, like you have to check in with There's that one line where he's talking to the bellhop, who's now like he's like a concierge or whatever, and like there's a woman next to him, and he says like, "Oh, like I came in too late. I didn't have time to get my, they kind of rushed me out because I'm past curfew or whatever. They rushed me out, so I didn't get my credentials checked." And I think I don't know. Anyways, that's a part's not important. Sure. The point is that he's back.
He's got many aliases.
He's got a lot of aliases to keep track of, and the bell, and I like the detail where she goes away and the bellhop remembers Cass from the year before, and he's like she really will check, like she's really gonna check if you, and then Cass like looks kind of like oh he remembers me, and I forgot, he has like another line basically saying like, "Oh, I put you in a room like facing the square or whatever." And he's like oh good, he's like not many people like request that kind of room anymore, obviously because of how militarized and how dark it looks out the window. Not exactly, a touristy kind of place anymore, right? So I love the little banter, the little detail of how the guy remembers him, and like you get the hint, you get the idea that he's kind of helping Cassian, because I don't think Cass requests for that room specifically, but he has an idea of why he's probably here. And so yeah, Gorman's a lot more locked down. We can see like fully now the armory in the background, like it's freaking huge. It's tall compared to like the rest of the buildings surrounding it. We get a few more shots of it throughout these 3 episodes of just how big that armory is in contrast to like every other building around it, and it makes sense now why they were upset about it like shadowing the memorial for the massacre. But yeah, everything's much darker. I'm trying to remember Syril, because it's been 6 episodes at this point since I've watched. I'm trying to remember Syril. He's oh, that's right. He meets with one of the Gorman Liberation Front people, and it's clear to him now that they're trying to provoke them. And he tells the woman, oh, like it's not too late. Like we can still salvage the situation. We can make it look. And then she just slaps him like mid conversation. Like they're onto him now. Like they realize that he's not really, who he says he is, right? They he's clearly on the Imperial side. He's made his choice, and they kind of just like cut ties with him altogether.
Yeah, there's a sort of an interesting arc to the Imperial characters in the latter half of this season that I really like, right? I mean, we talked a lot in the first half of this review about how we see the fractured rebels come together into a unit. We see actually the inverse with the Empire. As we see this sort of continued willingness and normalcy of eating your own in the Empire, in the way that this authoritarian regime will turn unto itself as quickly as it will turn onto the people it's directly oppressing. And so the comeuppance that a lot of characters have, we'll save that for the next arc, but for people like Partagaz and Dedra, we start to see the unraveling here as Syril comes to realize, well, yes, I knew I was always, stoking the fires in this way, but I didn't quite know what was happening. That revelation, the way that we see Dedra, when Syril, who to this point has been so, if not mild-mannered, at least organized, chokes her in a very harrowing scene. This unraveling of our Imperial characters, and then, like I mentioned before, the role of the young Imperial men as fodder, the sniper here to provoke the massacre, not by shooting randomly into the crowd of Gormans, but deliberately at an Imperial. I think you start to see this sense of ferocity from the Empire that's again a different shade than we're used to, both from the Empire in the Saga episodes, but also from the Empire to this point. Like, if we know the Empire as perhaps very bureaucratic but very organized and meticulous, we're seeing that fall apart in many ways, and I think this is another great example of how the show tees up the then pretty precipitous fall of the Empire in the Saga episodes. We see the cracks forming now. We see the pressure that the Imperial rank and file put on the rank right below them, and that downward pressure all the way to the bottom, to the grunts. I really like that. I think that's a very important part of what happens in the back half of the season.
Yeah, we get when Dedra is talking to Partagaz, he even tells her like there's this, we're sending this captain, like technically you outrank him, but really he's kind of like under our own order, so like let him do what he does best. And like you feel like Dedra's kind of being like a little sideline now, where it's like, okay, you did good to get us to this point, but now like we need to take even more ruthless measures, and we have personnel who's even dressed in even more darker colors to kind of nail that point in. And like when he tells like the squad, like, all right, we need to retake the plaza, like go out there. And he's ordering these younger guys because he knows exactly what's going to happen to these younger guys. They're kind of just cannon fodder, and the guys are like what? Like, he wants to go out there? He's like, do it, or like basically I'm gonna fire. I don't know if the implication's gonna shoot them or he's gonna fire. Anyways, it's bad implications. Yeah. And they're kind of forced, like knowing that the odds are against them, to go out into an already angry crowd who's doing like the equivalent of some kind of like national anthem chanting out there, which I really liked how it goes from like a simple slogan about "we are the Gore, we are," and then it like steadily becomes more of a like almost fulfilling that thing about them being proud, and they turn to like this like national kind of like little anthem,
Yeah.
right? And it's like you really want to send these guys out into that crowd just to for a symbolic victory of retaking like the center. Like it's not really gonna do anything. They know it's not gonna do anything, but they want to agitate. They have to push the crowd a bit, push the crowd further, right? So like they clear like the little what do you call it, like the, you know, the little gates, the little borders, the I can't think of
The partitions or something.
Sure, yeah,
Barricades.
the little dividers, right? It makes them go in the middle, and then they still like the Gormans still don't take the bait. I like how there's that the one commander, the German actor, who's like it's like don't like he sees what's going on, like it's a trap, like it's like don't go
Yep.
for it, like they, and you know no one hears them, they overpower him. I think he gets knocked down to the floor at one point, and so they go out there and like the like they just have, they don't even like, I don't think they have like riot gear, right? They have shields and stun batons. They don't even have like actual lethal arms at that point. And I just like how they're kind of being pushed out there, and it's like it's still not enough. And so that's when he finally like cues like the sniper, like, you know, like take the shot. And like you said, like they don't even take out one of the Gore, right? Because it has the opening shot has to be in favor, or you know, it has to be anti-Empire, right? To, you know,
Right.
therefore justify the reactionary, you know, attack, the counterattack. So they shoot one of their own guys like right in the helmet, and then like everyone's like kind of like what the, and then that's when they finally like, okay, they shoot that one guy who's on top of the memorial for some reason, like he's not even armed, you can see he's climbing the memorial, he doesn't even have a weapon, but and then chaos, just hell breaks loose. There's a detail I like before we get, I think it's before this, is when Dedra tells like Syril not to leave the building, right? Like, he's not supposed to leave the building, you know, she knows what's about to happen. And like, he goes into the room with the K2SO with all the Imperial droids, and like it just like there's like 6 of them. And like for us who as the audience, I don't know about them in universe, but as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh crap. Like, you know how indestructible those things are, and it's like, oh, this is turn really bad. And we had like the one that just stares at him. Turns around. I'm pretty sure that's K2. Someone online confirmed like the markings, like the little markings, like that is the K2SO that we know. He kind of just stares at Syril, and Syril just stares back, and it's just like it's just very dark and just awkward, tense situation.
Yeah, I think what's so effective about the makeup of this scene, the whole Gorman massacre, is that it's quite heartbreaking how many average Gore are there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously it's not simply armed rebels in the square.
Right.
Excuse me, it's a lot of average Gore who are here not having any clue, not only of what's going to happen, obviously, but not any clue of the fact that the Gore they're standing shoulder to shoulder with are armed. They have blasters, and they have Molotov cocktails, and they have some degree of military training and preparation for this moment. And I think that there's this really sad and beautiful sense that of the all-encompassing horror of the war in this scene. And these people who are, in their view, here for at non-lethal resistance, right? Maybe they're going to push back against the barricade, but they're not armed. Right. They're singing this beautiful anthem, and we know as the viewer that there is about 3 different agendas playing out here. Cassian is here as an assassin. The rebels are here to open fire. The Empire is here to make sure that happens. Mm-hmm. And I think that it takes a really careful hand, I think, to have all these agendas play out, and to have you also not lose sight of everybody caught in the middle, very literally. And when you see the stormtroopers start to seal off the exits, and you realize that they're in this big kill box, it's extremely scary. And when the shooting does break loose, I think what's really interesting is seeing how it shakes our characters who you think would be a little bit less shakeable. I think about Cassian sort of like looking for an exit, looking for Dedra, looking for anything, not knowing what's going on. And there's so many extras in this scene. It's just, there's so much orchestrated chaos.
Mm-hmm.
It's an amazing feat of filmmaking, and the tension and confusion is so palpable. I really could not believe it. I couldn't breathe as this whole sequence was unfolding.
Were you worried, Abram, for a second? I really thought Cassian was going to be the start of what was going to happen with the massacre. I was like, I really hope him shooting, or even if he misses or doesn't, or like he doesn't hit Dedra, like I hope that's not going to be like the opening salvo of like the whole thing. So I was kind of relieved when that didn't happen, because I was like, man, I really hope it's not Cassian that does this.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because obviously we know that Cassian survives the show, but he's like the character with the most plot armor who feels like he has the least plot armor. Because at every turn, I'm like, this is where Cassian dies. Obviously, it's not, but you feel that way.
I definitely feel that. I'm not going to say too much, but later on the next arc, when he's listing of all the places he's been at to Mon, and I'm like, damn, like I wouldn't believe him either. Like,
yeah.
Like how did you survive all these different situations? Like, yeah. And when he says that, I'm like, yeah, he does have a lot of plot armor. I'm like, but we have to get to the movie somehow, so that has to happen.
Obviously, we end up with Dedra in our crosshairs. We're about to take the shot, and then bang, Syril just tackles Cassian into this really brutal brawl that, like the brutality of the massacre of the number of unarmed Gore civilians killed, which is shocking for Star Wars. I think that the brutality of the hand-to-hand combat between Cassian and Syril is also quite surprising. What did you make of their fight? And particularly, I'm curious what you make of the line Cassian has when Syril is about to, in his mind, kill him of who are you?
Well, going back to, like you just mentioned right now about the crowd, like I mean, it was very disturbing seeing, like I'm like, the cool thing about Star Wars is like you can do violence and it's not like gory, right? There's no like blood splatters, whatever, because you can, lasers like cauterize, whatever you want to say. But like just seeing all these people just go limp immediately, like they get shot and they just fall over, they go limp. There's that one shot of that one girl that a woman liked, who I think no, the one that Syril was like talking to earlier, how she dies like during the chaos and he sees her body, and like he's just like lost, right? He's kind of just lost, doesn't know what to do. And then when he sees Cass, that's like, okay, that's the one thing he can focus all of his emotions on, and he just like launches straight into him. I like this. I do like the fight a lot. The sort of the savagery of the fight. It felt very kind of like Daniel Craig 007-ish to me. Very just brutal and raw, just swinging at each other, slamming into stuff, like trying to choking each other, trying to get the shot off, but having the blaster go away, like Cass like trying to take cover, reaching for the weapon. Like it felt very like a mad scramble. And like you're saying, like we know what happens obviously to Andor, like he has to survive this, but like you forget those things sometimes, especially in the midst of like just this like very high adrenaline situation. And they're just like, I think he like knocks them on the head. Like I forget who, one gets knocked in the head with the blaster, and like they're just slugging at it, choking and grabbing and all sorts of stuff. And then when he finally gets the drop on him, he lifts the gun, right? And Cass says, who are you? And it's funny because we have that line mentioned a couple of times. I mean, in different ways. I remember we were talking about like, who are you, when the I forget his name, but the leader of the German actor, I can't remember his name, but of the Gorman Liberation Front, he asked Syril the same thing, like who are you, like what kind of person does like like all this setup, what kind of person are you? He said, or something like that, something akin to that, and Syril kind of just stops, right? And I like when Cass asks him, like Syril, like it like stuns him in a way where he's like, I have focused my entire being for the last few years on this one guy. And like to him, like he's like he probably doesn't even remember on Ferrix like when he like held him at gunpoint from behind. Like I don't even think Cassian remembers that he held this guy at gunpoint at one point, like disarmed him and left him like tied up or whatever, back in episode 3 of season 1. And he's just like of all the places, like he's trying to assassinate Dedra, and like who's this guy who's clearly not even dressed like like a soldier, like an Imperial or whatever. And Syril like it's like like who am I? Like for a split second, like you see like kind of start to lower like the blaster even a little. I'm pretty sure he probably would have lifted it again and shot him after the initial shock, maybe. That's the thing is we don't know exactly what exactly was going on in his mind. I imagine it's probably kind of like dang, like this guy doesn't even know, like he's been the object of my attention for years, and like I'm so insignificant in the scheme of things, and I imagine he probably would have just picked it up and just shot Cass anyways, but we don't know. We'll never know exactly because he gets in that instant he gets shot by the Gorman Liberation leader, and so that's how that ends.
Yeah, I love the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think the question is so interesting because it does this really interesting thing to the viewer, where in a second it totally recontextualizes our understanding of the world, because we follow Syril so closely across seasons 1 and 2. And we come to really understand him, and we come to understand the fire in him and the hatred he has for Cassian. And I think we forget that that's just a lens we have as viewers.
Mm-hmm.
And to be confronted with this suggestion that Syril is, as he is to the whole imperial apparatus, a nobody, is very powerful, I think. Because I think it also serves to underscore a really important theme of the show, which is the role that an individual can play in either the oppression of peoples or the liberation of them. And not even a person of any particular status or importance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to realize the amount of pain and again oppression that Syril is directly responsible for enacting, to then come to realize that in the eyes of our hero, he doesn't even chart. He's not even a factor. He doesn't even know who he is, even broadly speaking.
Yeah, is
I think really important and scary.
It kind of reminds me of in Endgame when Scarlet Witch is telling Thanos about of how upset she is with him, and he's like I don't even know who you are. And I'm like yeah, it kind of feels like that,
Yeah.
but it feels way more impactful in this case, kind of just because of the he's not okay. He's not with the Gorman Liberation Front, not really. Maybe his attitudes, or maybe some of the bonds he formed with those people within that year might have felt real to him. He had to constantly, maybe remind himself he's undercover, but like he's clearly not with them, right? He's now clearly he doesn't know who he is in the context of Dedra and himself in the relationship. And then now he doesn't know who he is in relation to Cassian, because Cassian doesn't acknowledge him in the same way. So it's like he's having like this existential crisis in the midst of this massive conflict going on around him. And it's like, and it reminds me at the end of like when his mom even tells him, like, I think in the second arc, about like how he's being played, like, and like it's not a, like she tells him like it's like a demotion, right, to be there on Gorman, and he's like no, like I'm doing important stuff, like I'm doing, and like his mom's like, she's like, she just, I guess she has like that motherly wisdom, that motherly love, and she's like, no, like you're being played, like this is a demotion, like this isn't who you should be or whatever. And like she, like, dang, like she was right, like he was being played, like he was kind of just another cog, and he just didn't want to see it.
Yeah, and I think it's also quietly a significant like rebuke of the idea that a career like this, working for this state in this capacity, is the way to make a name for yourself. Syril made no name for himself. He was a baton for this, terrible force in the world, but it didn't amount to anything for him. And that's certainly doubly true of Dedra, who actually had some kind of status, right? And we'll talk about where she ends up shortly, but I thought that was a really intriguing line. And I was also interested to hear Tony Gilroy talk about how there was a pushback actually to him including that question in the show, and he had to fight for that line.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
and I'm glad that he did. I think that was really, really key. Another moment in this episode at the end of it, obviously K2SO comes in the picture, and we come to learn, okay, how did this KX droid become K2SO? Well, got bisected and reprogrammed. And I like that a lot, and I like the dynamic between Cass and K2, and we'll talk about that more in the next arc as well. But the last moment of the episode, Cassian crying, that emotion from Cassian is not what you expect.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious how you took that.
I mean, just real quick before we get to, just rewind a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Just how freaking scary those KX droids are when they're just out deployed into the field, and they don't have armaments. They don't have any weapons. They have no armaments. They're just picking up people and just tossing them full force, and then you just see their bodies go limp. And there is something so terrifying that in a Terminator kind of way that blasters and weapons, traditional weapons, don't really get that across. Just that they're just like tossing people, and they're just taking shots from all over and like not slowing down. And so that just I forgot how terrifying playing was it a Jedi Survivor, like, you know how terrifying those KX droids can be, but just seeing them in that context of where they're deployed to basically just put people down and like handle crowds and stuff, crowd control, and it's just terrifying. It reminds me of like season 1 where he picks up that one that picks up Cass at the beach, right, when he gets arrested, and just like starts choking him. Like they are menacing, and in their face, like this like skull like face with no expression, is just it just gives me the willies. But going back to your question about Cass crying at the end, just seeing that emotion catch up with him, Stone and Sky, or Sky and Stone, all of that, like, with Wilma, and then Wilma's gonna hang back, and because he has work here still to do, and Cass kind of just like you can see, like, he knows like this is going to be a very pivotal point for the galaxy going forward. He knows, like, seeing all this death around him and all of this just chaos, and how he keeps surviving this, and just having to know that things are going to continue to get worse, and this is going to be a very catalyzing moment for him, and I imagine the Rebel Alliance going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most shocking violence we see in the show, certainly. And seeing Cassian rattled like that, because it's not even like he's radicalized by it so much as that he's just overcome by it. I think that's a really urgent part of the emotional arc of his character, in that he's now seen the worst that you could possibly see, and he can't even cope with it, really.
Mm-hmm.
But he waits until he has this moment by himself, because he's a very stoic character.
Yeah. Don't let him see you cry.
Yeah, and I really like that. I think that's an interesting beat for his character, and I like that, the rebels are even, our heroes like Cassian are not removed from the toll, and I think the way we see him, his resolve shaken by this is important. That it adds a very human dimension to all of our rebel characters, because obviously after this, beginning of episode 9, we have him talking with Clea about how after he, as we come to find out, frees Mon from the cage of Coruscant and gets her to Yavin, in his view, he's done. Is what he says. He says, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It really underscores the sacrifice, right? And we talk a lot about sacrifice in this series, and what people give up, and what does it mean when you see something so terrible that even with all the blood you've put in, you feel like it might be enough, but you can't do it anymore. I think that is heartbreaking, especially knowing where Cassian ends up, and knowing that he doesn't actually give up. I think that seeing the faith waver is important. It proves that the faith is powerful enough to overcome that. It's not blind. And I really like that.
He has that little moment, right, when he talks with Clea, and Clea says, I forget what he says, something about he mentions freedom or wanting to do
make his own decisions.
There you go. And she said that like that's what it's all been about this whole time. Like that's exactly why to have that right, to be able to make our own decision. That's why we've been fighting like this way.
And then Bix makes a choice for both them, but we're not there yet. Yeah. We're on Coruscant, and we have Andrew another generational speech here. But to get us there, to get to Mon given this speech, we sort of hit what feels like really the point of no return in the narrative in a very real sense. Beyond if Gorman kicked it off right now, the fallout from Gorman is going to change things forever.
Yeah, this is the if you have anything left to do it now. This is the save point, no return kind of thing.
We have this moment of the Gorman senator being arrested by the Empire and taken away in broad daylight, and this very clear feeling of tumult and chaos on Coruscant in the Senate in broad daylight now. So what do you make of where we start episode 9 of the stage as it's set in the fallout of the Gorman massacre?
It's very tense. It's a very tense situation. We see Mon, and I believe either I'm trying to remember if she's with Bail or if it's parent. No, I think it's Bail that's with her, right? And they see like the Gorman Center gets arrested right there, just in front of everybody. They're walking around, and people just kind of stop and stare at what's going on. No one does anything though, right? No one interferes. No one stops to lift a finger. They kind of just watch it happen. And I believe, they get the news about what's happened with the Gore. And she's got a speech to write. She has to do something, right? She's talking to Bail. Bail's like, I think I'm trying to remember. This is the point where he says about how he plans to stay for he plans on staying here in the Senate for a little bit longer. He has still more work to do, and it's very clear at this point that she's gonna have one last big hurrah, and she is out. She is gonna get out because they're gonna come basically for her as soon as she gives this speech, this one big address. Like, she knows she is enemy of the state, priority number 1 at this point. So she's got some speech writing to do, right? They're pretty much planning her kind of exit plan at this point, her strategic exit. And she finds out, is at this point? No. She has her room, her office, right? Her office scanned. They find a listening device. Her, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. It begins with an E, but her
Erskine. Thank
you. Who's like her like kind of like aide, secretarial aide, whatever you want to call him, chief of staff. And he finds a device. They don't say anything. He kind of just lays it there, and then they smash it. And I like how you get then we get the point of view from the ISB about like this light that went, I think it turned red or something, and and they're like checking their devices, like, oh yeah, we have a couple of senators at the Emperor, or I'm trying to remember if the Emperor or the ISB feel like they might be like high priority, or they might have like rebellious tendencies who are basically being listened to, spied on. And it's very, very deep state, very it's kind of stuff that doesn't surprise us, and at the same time kind of does surprise us, just because it's supposed to be a republic and all that. But clearly we have all these ISB agents who kind of know what's going on. And so she goes outside, right? She goes just to be safe. She's gonna go practice her speech out like in the little common area outside. And then Luthen finds her, right? Luthen finds her. She's like, how do you know where I was going to be? He's like, oh, like, Erskine, like, he actually works for me. And then this is where Mothma just gets she gets so pissed at Luthen that like he said, I'm trying to remember, like he tries to remind her about how scary the Empire is, and she's like, right now I'm really the most person I'm most scared of is you right now, because again, Luthen has no sense of boundaries. He has friends everywhere. A line we hear more than once. He has people in every, like, just all over. And Mon's just she doesn't even know like if she can trust Luthen anymore, because he's clearly the one person, like, beside, like, not even her husband, right? But the one guy who's been with her for years at this point is just a spy or a plant for Luthen, and she's just like clearly like what's going on with the world? What's going on with the government right now? Right? What's going on with everything going on? And she's in a very perilous and dangerous position right now, and so she's working on her speech. And Luthen's like, hey, like, you go through this speech, like, we need to get you there out as fast as possible. I have a person who's been working for me for a long time. He'll get you out. She's like, oh, but Bail, like, no, Bail's people have been compromised. And of course he knows that, of course, through Lonnie, right? Lonnie, another one of his, another people he has planted somewhere. And so we just see Mon, she's just all wound up, and she's not even sure at this point. I think as an audience member, I was like, I'm not even sure if she's gonna like go along with Cass if he does show up. So this whole situation with her writing her speech, she's being bugged, like, this is it. Like you said, this is the point of return. We're gonna get the mic drop moment, and there you go.
There was a really stupid tweet going around from somebody who is like, well, it's why would Mon Mothma give that speech? She's just making
I saw this one. Yeah,
a bigger target for the Empire. And it's like,
did you not watch?
It's like, man, you're like why this show is important. I think
he was trolling, though. I don't think he was serious. I think it was.
I certainly hope so.
I think I saw more tweet. I went into like the tweet. Like, it's just a bunch of like kind of like rage bait kind of stuff.
Well, then there we go. Because I think why this is so good is Mon is crossing a line that is taking the rebellion into the organized society, the organized government.
Mm-hmm.
And is speaking in this very transgressive way about the Empire, and she names Palpatine specifically in the speech.
Yeah,
and I think that the bravery from Mon and the open-facedness of it is so great, and it feels like such a catharsis and such a important moment for her character, because we've seen her for the duration of not only this season but the season before operate not in the shadows, but operate with two faces, right? Mm-hmm. And she's has this facade she has to keep up, and to have this cathartic moment of dropping that and using her power and her voice to try to get this message out, get the portion out that she can, knowing that it's going to be censored, knowing that immediately she's going to her life is going to be in danger, knowing that she's going to have to yell over the voices of the other senators in the chamber decrying her, feeding into the narrative about Gorman, about the Gorman people being dangerous, feeding into the sensationalism of the senators getting up and lamenting the individual life lost from their planet in Palmo.
Do you think
day?
Do you think that was Syril they were talking about?
It could have, very well could have been.
Okay.
And to stand up to that, knowing that only things will get worse for her, is so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Andrew, you have the speech pulled up.
Yeah.
I think you should read the key part about truth.
Yes. Right here is, I believe we are in crisis. The distance between what is said and what is known to be true has become an abyss. Of all the things at risk, the loss of an objective reality is perhaps the most dangerous. The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil. When truth leaves us, when we let it slip away, when it's ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest, which I thought was a very interesting choice of words. This chamber's hold on the truth was finally lost on the Gorman Plaza. What took place yesterday, what happened yesterday on Gorman, was unprovoked genocide. Yes, genocide. And the truth has been exiled from this chamber. And the monster screaming the loudest, the monster we've helped create, the monster who will come for us all soon enough, is Emperor Palpatine.
And this is really where, and it's not just Tony Gilroy, I know there's many writers in the show, this is where that writer's room was on their Hideo Kojima prescient arc, for real.
hitting us
because
on the head over and over.
yeah, I mean, in my view, like if there's one thing you can point to in the like continual radicalization of the average American, it's exactly this. It's an erosion of a shared reality. And this idea of the distance between what is said and what is true and the power in that distance
Mm-hmm.
is so easily and often taken advantage of. The charisma of you know of the worst voices, from Trump to Musk to whoever, to
Again,
AI,
this
to
was done
anything.
before his second
Yeah.
win. This was all
and
done
that,
and completed before that.
and that's why this is like this is the fucking Metal Gear Solid 2 or Death Stranding moment, because it's like, yes, it's true. This is what we're watching happen in real time. People not only losing an ability to find the truth, but losing an interest in discovering it.
Yeah.
And I think that of everything that the show has said, every idea, every radical idea that the show has put forth, I think this speech from Mon Mothma is the most prescient and important thing that all of Andor has said, in my view.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was that one detail. We didn't mention it in the second episode. We did the second arc about how the ISB basically owns. They control all the news networks. The Coruscant, was it Coruscant Today or whatever? Good Morning Coruscant, whatever it was. And they we see clips here and there of when of the coverage of the Gorman massacre, and how they talk about the Gorman like rebels and I'm trying to remember the terms, but they refer to the Imperial soldiers as like heroes, like they slaughtered our heroes, and we're having the bodies brought back for a hero's burial, and like that whole importance of the framing, right? Going back to when Mothma talks about the loss of objective truth, where like you have these news networks that clearly, obviously, the Empire controls, and who are kind of framing. They're controlling the narrative, right? They're controlling the narrative that the everyday person sees. So that like Syril's mom, and like she's with the other like moms / housewives or whatever, and they're kind of seeing what's going on, and like that notion of how they're probably not going to do. No one's going to do more digging, right? Whatever's presented to them, that's the reality. And I find it funny how it's kind of like it's his mom, who's like a boomer, and her boomer friends huddled around the TV, and they're taking in this information, right? And just how going back when you're talking about about the truth, it reminded me of that happened earlier in the season. And so yeah, the loss of when you can when you're kind of almost like rewriting history as it's happening, right? Is this narrative? It's just like you, that's it. Like you're, whatever you get, that's you kind of what's that phrase that was going around. I think you probably know this one, Abram. The phrase about how giving up power willingly, kind of giving up control before it's even like asked to be given up. That's kind of like what's going on here with the loss of objective truth.
Yeah, and I don't know. I find it really moving, and I think that if people take anything away from Andor, even if it doesn't move their politics further in a progressive direction, whatever, I just think that this idea of the importance of a shared truth, I hope that sticks with people. And I think that it's what's so great about the writing of Andor is that the ideas are so big, and so important and so complicated, but and they're beautifully written and beautifully shared, but they're never pretentious, or they're never hard to parse, really.
Yeah,
it's just eloquent and beautiful and clear, and I think that's really great. It just is. It's just simply great, and it's beyond the real world importance of that lesson. Again, where the position it puts Mon in is so great, and we talk often about how Andor is a really exciting show because it recontextualizes and deepens our relationship to characters and ideas in the saga, and I think that our relationship to Mon Mothma is, in my view, perhaps the single, the single thread most benefited by this show. Because,
Yeah.
Mon is in the background of the saga and is a big presence, but you don't have that connection to her. You don't really know. You have no concept, right?
Right.
Leia is the one you think of
Yeah.
as the as the politician who's also the military leader and this big face of the rebellion. But Mon, it's not even that Mon ran or walked so Leia could run. It's like Mon sprinted so Leia could like try to keep up, because the precarity of Mon Mothma and the bravery that she shows in her own way is really outstanding. It makes her, I have to say, Andrew, maybe my favorite character in the show.
Oh no, yeah. I you know what? I have her tied with Luthen. Honestly,
Sure.
I have her tied
Sure.
with Luthen personally, just because I don't know who I like more because of just how they portray their characters, but because I would be remiss if we missed this point. I love when they're trying to shut her down, trying to censor her as it shut the broadcast down, and we have these the most malicious compliance employees who, I guess there's this door, right, where I guess I don't know if it's the generator or it's where the broadcast is from, and I guess this door has always been faulty or it's always been unlocked or something like that, and then this was the day where they actually fixed the door. These two just not even important people, but they're kind of just there. I guess they're like technicians or whatever, and like, oh yeah, we finally fixed the door. And the guy's like, okay, well, how do I open it? Like, oh, now you have to get the key. We don't have the key. We don't have the key. You have to. And the guy, he has to go. You go look for the key to open the thing, and it just as he sprints away, and they just have like these most like malicious smiles on their faces, and it's like hell yeah, like there you go. Like there's the going a little foreshadowing, a little background also, but like Nemec's whole talk about people who ordinary people who don't even know they've signed up, kind of thing, where like it's just malicious compliance. Now, did they just choose to do it because of the speech going on? I don't know. Were they planted by Luthen? Possibly. Were they really just ordinary people just doing ordinary stuff because they didn't want this to get shut off? It could be possible. Whatever it is, I just love how all these things happen and like they just get thwarted by like the most like, oh yeah, like we finally fixed that door. Like I don't know, it feels very Star Warsy in a way, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then obviously, once Mon has delivered her speech and it's time to get the hell out of there, we begin what is, I think, maybe the most exciting sequence of the season.
Very tense. Like Cassian's right there, in the heart of the Empire, right there in the Senate building. And I was just like, I know what happens to these characters, but even then I was kind of like, how are they gonna pull this off? How are they gonna pull this off?
I think of the whole escape after Cassian and Erskine have killed one of the turncoats in Bale's entourage. The moment when Cassian kills Cloris, to me is like those 5 seconds are among the best 5 seconds of like any Star Wars, because the look, and I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter a million times, the look on Mon's face.
And he's like kind of smiling,
yeah, and just fucking blows him back to the Stone Age, and she's like, her mouth is agape. I think that this idea in the escape of merging these two sides of the rebellion is so interesting. Cassian even says to her partially for the escape, welcome to the rebellion.
Yeah.
And I think that
we finally had context for that line from the trailer.
Finally. Yeah, I think the idea that we're now meeting this political, I mean, obviously it's all political, but in the career sense, political and guerrilla military sides of the rebellion, knitting them together and them both getting a recognition of the value of the other is so fascinating. Cassian seeing the world that Mon has been in her own way fighting in, but then Mon seeing what it really means
Up front.
Mm-hmm. is just perfect. These two personalities colliding and these two roles colliding. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't. Yeah. And it's not just because my nose was stuffed up. I just simply couldn't. I was so tense.
I totally get that.
I love it. I love that whole escape.
Yeah, I totally get that, because for these past 2 seasons, we've seen them each in their own separate narrative, their own separate world. And like you know, I thinking back to what happened earlier, where like she's at the wedding and he's like struggling to survive on Yavin with the rebels, and like just the ping pong going back of the point of views of like what they were going through. He was on Narkina 5, and she was brokering a deal like on Coruscant, and like for all this time I've been watching we've been watching, you know, the 4 different points of view, right? With the Imperial side with Syril and Luthen and Cassian and Mon Mothma, and that's like finally all of these are converging in these last like 4 or 5 episodes, where now like all the I don't know if you've ever read the Game of Thrones books, but like each chapter is told from the perspective, like a first person view of each character, and it was like always exciting to see like when they meet the other characters and you finally have the kind of the melding of the viewpoints coming together, and just having Cass where like sorry, he's telling Mon Mothma, like, he says, I have friends everywhere. Like, you know, that's like the signal. And he's telling like, hey, I was there at Gorman. I was there for all, like, she finally knows, because if you remember, she didn't know if Luthen was responsible for Aldani. And now finally these things, all this payoff of everything starting to click in place for her, where like, he's like, I was at Aldani. Like I saw all of this. Like I was part of all of this and all that. And like, and she's like, and you know, she's running. She's trying to like, she keeps like looking at him, like trying to contextualize like what's like all this like all these things, all these dominoes kind of just fall into place. And then we finally have that moment where they finally do get off, and then she finally has time to catch her breath, and she's like I don't know how I could ever like repay you. Basically, she says like for everything that's happened, like rescue me, right? Like that. And as a viewer, like for us, it's like so satisfying to finally have, or like, okay, like finally all the stuff that Andor has been doing, like it's finally being recognized by like the higher ups. Like, okay, like finally we have like that kind of like that sort of intrinsic payoff. That's what I really love, is that whole them escaping, and she finally gets to the safe house, and then everything's like, okay, like thank you. And I was like, oh, like okay, that's all I wanted for Cass, was some acknowledgement. Hold on, I can't hear you right now. Hold on. Sorry. As soon as I stop talking. What happened here? Let me speak? No, still can't hear. See your mouth moving. Hold on. What happened?
Oh, wait, it was on my end.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
There we go.
You're muted then, I guess. Start again. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I have a mute on my mic, and I had to cough, and I realized I never unmuted. That would do it. Yeah, and then obviously Cass isn't even the one that gets to take Mon back to Yavin. She's now on another vector, and she's got more speeches to give, and I think that this is where you start to really understand what the rebellion is, right? Because now we've got senators on our side. Mm-hmm. And you know, you think ahead to A New Hope, and Leia is, you know, when immediately when she's kidnapped by Vader at the start of the movie, you know, he knows she's part of the rebellion. She's an open member of it, right? This notion of the building political, you know, resistance as well. We see it here, and I like that a lot. And yeah, it leaves us in a really good spot at the end of that arc, where we're feeling really triumphant. We have Mon out, and it's like a nice beat where you're like, oh, we did it. Look at this big step for the rebellion. But then, Andrew, we get the saddest part of the show. Because Cassian returns back to Yavin. and
Yes.
and Cassian goes home, and he's with Bix, and they share as they always do, because Diego Luna and Adria Jora are amazing actors, and their characters are beautifully written, and they're amazing. They have a tender moment together, and Cass talks about how, yeah, this is it. I'm done. I just care about you. We're just gonna live our life. I've given so much, right? I've given enough. Now I just want to be with you. And this whole time, Andrew, I've been thinking to myself in my head, I'm like, okay, is Bix dead? Or is Bix how is she out of the picture? Because obviously she's not in the picture for Rogue One.
Right.
When I tell you that I really, really, really cried when she started giving that hollow message to Cassian about how she's making the choice for them and that they have to win and he can't stop. It's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking because Cassian is this figure who fell into the rebellion and then became a founding, fundamental part of it, like Luthen, like Mon, like Luke, like everybody. He is one of the keystone pieces, and at every turn, he's never rewarded. He never has. He is the one that burnt his life for the sunrise he'll never see. Literally. And so the moment of him running through the jungle of Yavin, praying that Bix is going to be waiting for a transport, that he can talk her out of it, that he can see her one more time, is just so heartbreaking because he deserves that and she deserves that. They both deserve to be happy together. They do. They just deserve it. They should have that. But Bix, she doesn't let it happen. It's not that you hate Bix, it's that Bix is stronger than us as the viewer. Bix is stronger than Cassian. She's stronger than her own weaknesses. It's such a heartbreaking moment. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, she even says in the recording like how she had to record it because she knew, she told him in person that he was going to try to talk her out of it,
and he would.
And it probably would work, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why she had to do it this way with like at first I was kind of like oh, why she leave that's kind of messed up. Why would you leave a video? But it's like, okay, like yeah, it makes sense that like you know yourself so well that if he just said the right things or persuaded her, like that she was not going to have the strength to leave. And again, the notion of something being bigger than yourself, where you're willing to sacrifice your own personal happiness, and just like the rebellion cannot afford for Cassian to walk away. Like he is so integral to the success of it up to this point. And clearly, I'm pretty sure she was swayed by the Force healer in a way too with the words, because they had a conversation after Cass leaves, and she kind of lingers on her words at the end of that scene, where she knows like about he has like this destiny to be this messenger, to be like this sort of a person who rallies people to them, right? This like he's picking up people, right, gathering people along the way, and Bix knows that she can't be the thing that stops him from doing that, right?
Yeah.
And so she says she decides for them, right? Like you said that too, right? She takes the decision for them, in one way selfishly, but also because she knows that Cassian's at the point where he probably is ready to just like he's like after the saying that she was ready to walk away, like the rebellion literally cannot afford for him to just leave after all this work for them to make it this far and then to just not see it all the way through. Like it's heartbreaking, but I mean, the best kind of stories are kind of heartbreaking in a way, a little bittersweet.
Yeah, it's
I prefer this over her being killed off, honestly. So
absolutely. Like I said, I've not done my Rogue One rewatch last night because I finished this show at like midnight last night and I had to go to bed. But
you went to bed somehow after all that, Abram? Like you were able to calm your mind and go to it just doze off?
I mean, it takes it all out of you. You have to go to sleep. You gotta get all that emotional energy back. But I just keep thinking about him and Jin on the beach.
Oh yeah.
And like, I'm not the biggest Jin Erso fan in the world. I never really have been. Maybe it'll change this time. I'm being honest with you. I don't think it will when I rewatch this time. But like him knowing that Bix is alive out there.
Yeah.
And that he'll never see her again. It's just like,
yeah.
Man, it's I'm broadly skeptical usually of the idea that prequels storytelling like this can typically make the thing that it's a prequel to that much better. But Andor is just, it's such I can't possibly be skeptical about it because the amount of dimension we get, for Andor, it's just unbelievable. And I don't know, I just think that the relationship between Cassian and Bix is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And to know that this is how it ends is just so... You're right, it's poetic, right? There's a literary beauty to the heartbreak. And obviously a beauty to her being alive and with this, beautiful child of hers and Cassian to end the show. It's like, you have to, I guess, hang your hat on the fact that everything Cassian did was to ensure that she and their son have that happy life.
Yeah, it's very Revenge of the Sith, having a hopeful baby kind of thing at the end.
But Andrew, let's get into it. Let's get into this last arc of the show here.
Oh no, it's so tragic. Okay, go ahead.
Episode 10 is a sleeper contender for another goated episode of the show.
Yeah.
I think Zoe Rose Bryant, who's a pretty big film Twitter person.
Oh, she's the one that just started watching like the show in the last 2 weeks or something, right?
Yeah,
I've been following her ever since the beginning. I'm like, it's so awesome seeing someone watch Andor as it like season 1, season 2 back to back, and you're kind of just like yep, oh, like she would put like certain tweets out. I'm like, oh, keep watching, you want.
Yeah. And I think what she said about episode 10, which is perfectly accurate, is like, the writing and the characterization of the show is so good that even though the lead is not even in this episode, you don't even notice, and it's still one of the best episodes of the show.
Mm.
The relationship between Clea and Luthen is like so much more beautiful than you could have even thought.
Yeah.
And it's funny, there's another tweet that went viral today of someone being like, it's so cool that one of the best episodes of Andor came out of Tony Gilroy being worried that people might think that Luthen and Claire are fucking.
Yeah. I saw that tweet, yeah.
And it's funny because for people who don't know, he actually gave an interview. He's like, I really am worried about people thinking that they have a sexual relationship.
To be fair, without this episode, I still didn't really get that at all. I didn't get any. It felt very familial, very, very either kind of business partnery or very kind of like sisterly, daughterly, cousin, whatever you want to say. I never got the sense like there was never, other than just all these people just work together. I didn't really get that.
Yeah, I mean, I always saw it as a father-daughter thing. I also don't. I don't know. I don't know sort of what kind of hard surface you were dropped on as a child to see Luthen rail as like a sexual being in any way, but. I'm
thinking now Abram is during the Donning Heist when he's kind of just like damn. That's like the closest we come to that.
So obviously we get there's a couple things I want to highlight before we actually get into the relationship between Clea and Luthen and how that all goes to hell.
Yeah.
For lack of a better way to put it. I want to talk about Dedra. And I want to talk about Dedra's arrest.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about
the
Orson Krennic.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to talk about Lonnie.
Well, actually, we probably should start with Lonnie because Lonnie is the domino falling. But yeah, Lonnie calls this meeting with Luthen, and we get the intel, which is going to lead to the revelation of the Death Star. And Lonnie is not given a way out as he was looking for from Luthen. Instead, he's given a blaster bolt directed to the heart, which, to be honest, I kind of saw coming as soon as he sat down.
I knew he wasn't going to survive the show, Abram, but I thought he wasn't going to get taken. I thought the ISB was going to take him out. So when it was Luthen, it felt infinitely more tragic for me.
It's certainly tragic, but I think like because we also have this mounting paranoia within Luthen and Clea about their cover.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he knew that Lonnie, Lonnie knows too much. He knows me, he knows Clea, he knows everything. He's got to be killed, and he is. But we learn that to get the information that Lonnie is piecing together about the Gorman front, the harvesting of Kyber on Jeddah, the role of the Galen, what's it, Galen Malik, but that's Starkiller. Galen Urso is playing. He goes into Dedra's files, and that triggers a bunch of alerts and a bunch of protocol, and it triggers the arrest of Dedra and the complete humiliation and swift destruction of her ego and her role and her importance, and the humiliation of Krennic putting his finger on the top of her head is that's just a crazy note from the director. That's a crazy choice, and it works so well.
It was Ben Mendelsohn himself who improvised the.
Did he really?
Yeah. There was an interview he put out.
Wow.
It wasn't the director. He kind of improvised it, and then
wow.
Denise Gao, Dedra's actress, kind of just went along with it.
Well, I mean that would make sense because obviously Denise Gao is an amazing actress because she's couldn't be further from the character of Dedra in real life.
It's so weird seeing her in interviews. Yeah. It's so weird because it's you see her as Dedra, and then you see her talk in interviews, and it's just so, for me, it's so jarring. No, this isn't how Dedra talks.
Yeah. Yeah, but the look of surprise on her face when the index finger hits the dome is crazy, and then also the moment when Krennic is leaving and he grabs her face.
Oh yeah,
it's it's so good, and I mean good from the sense of powerful and slimy and charged, because there also feels this real gendered dimension. There's this power dynamic between the two, but also this gender dynamic between the two that really puts into perspective what we were talking about earlier, this notion that the Empire is eating itself, right? And this humiliation of this calculating figure of Dedra is so fascinating and so much more satisfying than if Cassian had just popped her in the head on Gorman. So what did you make of the arrest and humiliation of Dedra?
I love how she doesn't know why she's there right at the beginning. She thinks this is all about he comes in and he says something about say it the two words or something like that. And she's like, Death Star. Yeah. And he's like, who else knows? And she's like, oh, Partagaz. And he's like, oh, well, apparently, there's so many great lines here. I don't want to mess him up or go in the wrong order, but he's very calm and very stoic. And then there's a point where he just leans in her face and he just shouts very loudly in her face. And I kind of jumped. I was laying down on the couch watching it, and I got I didn't expect that quick transition between him getting calm and just he just shouts in her face, and then it becomes very. And he's oh, we know this isn't about I think at that point she only knows about Lonnie getting killed. She doesn't even know why he got killed or how of the magnitude of the the Death Star data being out there leaking out. And then he has that really banger line of how, I guess, she had been receiving. He's like, how do you know about the, Galen? She's like, oh, well, yeah, I got email. And again, Abram, parallels, talking about signal chats. it's just, it's Kojima and Gilroy. I don't know what's going on, man. It's just too what do you say? Go ahead.
Also, a funny tweet today being like, how do right-wingers hate this show? The woman whose emails got leaked went to prison.
Yes. But sorry. So she's kind of going by, she's like, oh, well, I got this information. Actually, I didn't even look at all of it. I kind of just skimmed. I didn't even look at it. It's been sitting in there for I don't know how long. I guess she got the wrong orders for certain things. I just love how the whole, if you can follow that meme of the domino effect, Abram, the little one leading to the bigger one, and it's like Death Star blown up, and it's like wrong email, kind of. But it's just really funny to me, because also it reminds me of, if you remember back in season 1, where she has that feud with director Blevnik, I can't remember, but the other guy that she's like, I want this information, like we should be sharing information. And he's like, no, like we're supposed to be, by the ISB handbook, we're supposed to be compartmentalized so like things don't get it. And then this is what happens. He was right the whole time. Director Blevett he was right this whole time. And anyways, back to this conversation of where she's been basically a scavenger is what Krennic calls her, a scavenger of data, of information. She's kind of been picking, because in the background she's still focused on Axis. She still hasn't given up on Axis, even though it's like out of her hands, right? It's over to director Hirt. I want to say his name right, Hirt. And she's been collecting this information to the point where she even does the raid when he's not even there. I guess he's like off hours or whatever. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's a very prideful person. Like she's like, this has to be me. It has to be me that brings him in. It has to be me, right? And so her gathering all this information, apparently not keeping her login credentials, secured, because Lonnie's had access to it for like over a year at this point. He's just been sitting on this information, I guess. And I love that banger line of Krennic where he's like, if you're not a rebel spy, like, then you missed your calling, because you're basically, that's basically what you're doing, is what a rebel spy would have done, essentially.
Yeah.
And the way he kind of just, like he said, like, does the whole fingering on the head, and like he's, and she's like clearly like in distress now, because she knows like she's like in deep crap now, like Lonnie's been dead and like all this stuff's going on. And then he kind of just, grabs her other face and says like we'll manage without you, and just like, oh, it's just such a great interaction. And then again, whenever Ben Mendelsohn's allowed to kind of just go off the rails and just give it his all, and just be this like very emotional being, as we see a lot in Rogue One. He's like, we stand amongst my achievement, right? Like whenever he's allowed to just kind of go off, like it's just, I love watching it. And just hit with Dedra, and you kind of have that what's that phrase, that kind of Schadenfreude kind of feeling of Dedra finally all her transgressions have kind of caught up with her. She's getting her comeuppance, and just having this interaction between the two. And she's like she knows she's she's in trouble because of all the time she's kind of gone against what her superiors have told her, like, don't do this, do that, don't do this kind of thing. And it's finally kind of all caught up with her, and it's like it's just a very satisfying little conclusion we have here with them.
Yeah, I agree. Let's actually go just like mildly out of order, because obviously Dedra is in jail for the rest of the show, and then like really in jail for
the antiquity shop. That's right. Go ahead, Abram. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the antiquity shop is the last. Well, she has a couple hurrahs before she ends up in jail, actually.
Yeah.
I went out of order there a little bit, because I think that relationship with her and Ben Mendelsohn just looms so large in my head from these episodes that I had to get that out there. But rewind, we'll do a little bit of rewinding here, because
do a little steering wheel thing you do, Abram.
Oh, yeah, bring it back a little bit. We're gonna go back in time. Because she finds Luthen. She finds Axis, or does she? There's a lot of people online saying that actually maybe Clea is Axis, which is an interesting reading, and I think it's not really supported by the text, but I think that's an interesting reading. Because I think what episode 10 does, broadly speaking, is makes Clea as significant in the duo with her and Luthen that they become like equals, where I don't think you really read them as equals for most of the season prior.
Yeah.
But the real, the inciting incident here is Luthen is torching everything. He's destroying all of their comms equipment. Mm-hmm. And he gets a little ring at the doorbell. And
did you know who it was going to be, Abram? Did you know when you heard the ring bell, the door?
I had a feeling that it was going to be something bad. I didn't realize it was going to be
I didn't know for sure if it was going to be her. I kind of had a feeling it was going to be her because there's the trailer scene where she is in the shop, and I realized I had not seen that scene yet. I just wasn't sure if it was going to be this episode or one of the other two after, but yeah.
And Dedra is here not to browse antiquities, as that sort of facade of pleasantry, quickly dissipates. But she is instead here to take Luthen in alive because she knows who he is and feels as though she's finally gotten access. And she gets the body of Axis, because Luthen, of course, attempts to kill himself, to avoid being taken alive, knowing that, no matter how hard he probably resists, they're not going to let him die until they get out of him what he has, and what he has is fucking everything. So he kills himself, or attempts to, but before he does, he gives what is another one of the coldest lines in the whole series, talking about how the rebellion has flown away to Dedra, and that she's disgusted by him, but now there's a whole galaxy of dissent and rebellion to disgust her instead. And I just love this exchange. I love, it's not like Luthen, like Partagaz, had a quick blaster bolt to the head. He's got like an old damn stone knife to cut himself up with, and like it just is such a. It's not a blaze of glory for Luthen, but it feels right.
Yeah.
To me, this felt like the right way for him to go out. What did you think of this exchange?
I love the line when he opens the door and she comes in, and we don't know what's in the case yet. I'm thinking it's like a weapon or something, and she's asking about the display pieces in the gallery, and she asks like if they're all real, are they all like legit? And he's like, there's two pieces of a particular questionable provenance. And like you get the feeling he's probably talking about both of them. We're talking about them individually, because at this point he probably knows that neither of them is who they pretend to be at this point. And I love the line where she talks about him spreading chaos and then running back to his shop and with his ridiculous wig. I love that little jab about his wig. And then she just takes out the Starpath unit, and then as soon as she opens and you see the Starpath unit, like his facade, his like face kind of just drops, and like he just gives up. And he talks about them being scared of freedom, or afraid of freedom. And she's like, well, you call freedom is like, it's like chaos or whatever. And he talks, and he goes into it, right? Talks about, like you said, like the rebellion has fled, right? It's everywhere now. He says it's everywhere now, right? And the line about the galaxy, to disgust her and all that. And I just for some reason off camera, I imagine I'm like I feel like Dedra probably practiced this. Like she savored it so much, Abram. I bet like she told it like, hey, I'm gonna go in first. If there's any trouble, I'll let you guys know. Like, don't come in. Like, I have this whole thing, this satisfying like talk I want to give. Like, don't ruin this for me. Like, I imagine she's probably been savoring it, especially ever since what happened with like Syril and all that. Like, just like this is the only thing in her life, Abram. The only thing that really has any meaning or significance, and I'm pretty sure she must have been practicing, or these lines or whatever, and to have how they're just talking, and like I find it so kind of like Luthen knows the ghost is up, and like how they could have just blasted him through the windows if they wanted to, and how he kind of just gives her the knife. He hands over this like stone knife that he's talking about over to her, and he's like unafraid at this point, like kind of like saying like here, like you want to jump, like jump kind of thing, right? He doesn't say it in those words, but his actions kind of get that across, where he knows like this is it, like this is the end. Like he tells Clea earlier in the like there's no more luck, or like all the perfect, I forgot what the line was exactly. Do you remember what it was? It was like,
yeah, she's like, it's before he's meeting with Lonnie, and she's like, don't do this if it's not perfect, and he's like, we're out of perfect.
There you go. That's what it is, right? He knows that this is it. Like it's the trail ends with him. He's probably stalling a little bit, waiting for the things to like get destroyed in the back room. But just the whole exchange between them, like where again, it's like the inverse of Cassian finally meeting Mon Mothma. But here we have our two opposing forces, of who's left, right? Syril's gone, obviously, and just finally, after these branching these two separate narratives throughout the season, they finally coalesce, and it's just like this satisfying kind of face off now. It's kind of like what I wanted the Mon Mothma / Krennic gallery kind of thing to be, but now it's like out here in the open, just these two individuals, they're just like laying all out. And then Luthen, like he knows he's gonna see that sunrise in the come. He's not gonna be able to see it. So as soon as he gets a chance, when she's distracted by the smoke in the background, he has a knife, and he just quietly off screen just stabs himself. Right, stabs himself. And then she's like, "Oh no, like you don't get to go out this way." Like no, he's like. Then she calls in. They come in with the medics and everything. Yeah. And just like there's that moment, but like the jabs between them going back and forth are just like about I love how he characterizes like it's flown away. It's like it's everywhere now, and we see that mirrored later on with Partagaz about like it's spreading, right? This message is spreading. I love how it's like. I don't want to get too far. We're gonna go to Partagaz, and I have something else I want to say, but I'll wait till we get there. So there.
Yeah, I mean, there's this sense that it's out of the hands of the Empire, right? The rebellion is bigger now than any individual operators or any sort of local sentiment. It's out there, and I think that is Luthen's triumph, right? And I think we reckon a lot with what did Luthen build, and what his legacy is. And this obviously comes to the fore a little bit later on in the final arc, but in this moment, this sort of triumph that Luthen has, knowing like, look, you've lost at this point. Like you can't bottle up what's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that. And obviously his suicide isn't quite perfect. He doesn't die. He's rushed away in critical condition in a med transport, taken to this big hospital, and we see Clea in the crowd. And then we begin a Clea's, her most important mission yet, to kill Luthen, to ensure that Luthen does not recover. And to do this, we sort of, on an episode level, we're intercutting with their past as we come to learn exactly the nature of Clea and Luthen's relationship. We come to learn that Luthen was a soldier. We don't exactly know what conflict he was a part of.
He was Imperial.
He wasn't, yeah. But like we don't know, and like we're in this battle we don't understand.
Oh yeah, like the battlefield. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very like obtuse what's going on, but we see obviously that Luthen. We see that the path Luthen travels is from fear and confusion, and being scared of this empire he's a part of, to being galvanized. And in this relationship, as we see him rescue Clea and see him bring her up in a sort of pseudo father-daughter relationship, there's even a little bit of a of a question between them, exactly the nature of their relationship. There's a really important line that really, characterizes the whole use of the flashback of this notion that you have to gather up this hate and save it for when you know what to do with it. And I think that that's a really interesting idea. And I think we see so many characters travel that road. We see Willman as a great example. Will, when he finally, throws that bomb on Rick's road at the end of the first season, knowing what to do with that hate. We see Clea grow into that, and I really found that fascinating. Seeing the roots of their interest in antiquity, seeing the roots of their relationship, seeing the beginning of their empire, their fight against the Empire. Like, if you imagine that Clea is 11, 12, young, maybe early teens in these flashbacks, and you imagine that she's in her late 20s now at this point in Andor, and we know that this travels how many years up to the events of A New Hope. Like, you come to really understand through the flashbacks exactly how long Luthen and Clea have been fighting the Empire. And I thought that was really fascinating to see. So what did you think of the flashbacks?
Yeah, I enjoyed them. Yeah, there's that. I think there's even that line where she even asks, like, "I'm at your daughter now," and he's like, when you need to be, or something along the lines of like when you need to be, or if you want to be, or something like that.
Yeah, it's like you're Clea, I'm Luthen. The rest is up for grabs.
There you go. I think he says you're Clea and I'm Luthen now. I think he says now, and so it's like, okay, so maybe Luthen's not even his real name. And I like how I like the idea that we'll never really know who he is. I feel like what he represents is much more important. Kind of, I like the kind of the nebulous kind of this is our beginning kind of thing going on. I love the when he's kind of training her to be. It kind of reminds me a lot of. I'm pretty sure you've seen the movie Leon the Professional. Like, it feels like that kind of relationship of like, okay, like if we're gonna do this, like these are like the things that are gonna have to happen, right? Where he's I forgot which, they're like on a planet. He's like talking to a merchant. And we see like some stormtroopers pass by with some people they've arrested, right? And they have like this they're gonna do like a firing squad, and he's like all right, let's get out of here, like come on, let's go. And she's like, no, like I want to, like, he's like if you're gonna stay, then I want to leave, like it's on you. And like she forces herself to like watch this execution happen, and you can imagine like that's kind of also further reinforces her hate against the Empire, this injustice that they have. And she catches up to Luthen afterwards. She runs up to him and she says something about like how we want to win, don't we? He's like, if we want to win, that means we're gonna have to lose and lose and lose until like we're finally able to like win. Like you're gonna take some losses if you want to win truly in the long run. Like you have to expect to take some losses. Like you're not, losing the battle to win the war kind of thing, right? Like you have to like pick your fights. Like you're not gonna be able, like you're gonna get killed or you're gonna lose very quickly if you go and try to fight every single fight, right? And I love the other flashback where they're on Naboo. You can clearly tell it's Naboo from like the architecture. I think you see like the Theed Palace in the background. I'm not sure, but like it's very Italian, so that tells us it's Naboo. And I like how they have like a bomb. It's like a bomb or some kind of explosive planted on the bridge with all. You can see like there's like a line of like Imperial weaponry. Yeah. And he kind of says something about like how he says like he's afraid of what he's doing to her, in the sense that like kind of like, is she really about that life, Abram? Is she really about that life? Is she really willing to, or is she's just going along with him because he's like pushing her? And like, so he puts like the little detonator in the middle of them, and then she quickly reaches for it, and he kind of like hold on, like pause, like they had like a quick little talk. And he says, like, don't look before the explosion goes off, because obviously that's going to give you away, right? And so like so then she like detonates it, and like, okay, now you can look, right? And it feels like that moment where he's like telling her like don't like it's like he's giving her like one last kind of like are you in? Like this is almost like an initiation of sorts, I felt like to me, because he's kind of giving her like her first like major reprisal against the Empire with that detonation. So I like these little short beats in there, and I kind of glossed over about the antiquity stuff when she's like haggling with for him and stuff. But I do like they do kind of give us more context of Clea, and kind of it's just I kind of feel like it's a little late in the season to kind of give her this much character. I wish it was like a little earlier, just so we could have more time with her. But
Sure.
I it's better than never. So I mean, it's better late than never. So I did enjoy the scenes.
Yeah, and it gives us so much color to inform the nature of the relationship and the emotional stakes, in addition to just a wider political stakes of ensuring that Luthen is killed, and the the pain of having to be the one to do it, right? We see Clea in again, we're mentioning Metal Gear Solid a lot, but why not? It's actually more like Hitman, really, as Clea is adopting these different disguises and maneuvering her way up the hospital in Coruscant to kill Luthen.
With the little granny in the wheelchair. I like that.
Yeah.
There's that moment where they're in the elevator and it's just quiet and she's like, eh? And the guy's like, what? And
Yeah.
And that's it. That's just a little interaction they had.
I love watching her, stealth around corners and take these quick shots on the Imperial troops. And then when she reaches the floor and pulls out the detonator, the idea that a detonator got her in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And now a detonator is going to get Luthen out.
Yeah.
Of the fight is really beautiful. Just really awesome setup payoff. Just really great fundamental writing. And when she arrives in the room and shares one final moment, closes the blinds, kisses him on the head, and then just disconnects the machine, doesn't put a blaster bolt in his head, but just takes apart, watches the EKG tick down to 0, make sure he's dead, and then slip out the door. It's so badass, but it's so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's a really excellent contained episode, and I think a necessary send-off for Luthen, because again, I also like the idea that in the end it is Clea that ensures that he's dead, because it once more reaffirms this idea of Luthen. What he put in motion is so much bigger than him, both on a broad scale, but an interpersonal one too. I mean, he gave Clea this life and this purpose, and in the world they live, she gave him the ultimate gift in the end. This idea that he would have recovered and then had to be subjected to endless ISB torture. Instead, he got this. I mean, he tried to cut his jugular open with an old rusty rock knife, right? But then he got this last moment in the hands of Clea, and I'm sure that if he had been lucid for that, it's what he would have wanted. Yeah. So it's a very mature episode. I think not just in the violence, but really just in the significance and in what how that act of love from Clea is very irregular, right? It's a professing of love in a very different way, and I just found it really beautiful, and I think it's easy standout of the season for me, this whole episode.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really good. I like how she was there for him at the end, right? Whereas if he had just died in the shop, then that would have been just the end of it. That would have been it, right? She wasn't even there, but to be there at the end of all things for him, right there. Like, and you're saying, like, making that personal thing, making sure that he wouldn't there was no way for him to betray the cause, but also to be there as kind of the last person, the send off that he deserved. It is poetic in a way. I also like the detail of of how the ISB or just the Imperials in general think it's supposed to be like a 3-person team based off of the execution of the explosion and everything that happened, like how they get through. Like, oh, it must have been we're thinking it's like a 3-person job. No, it's just one person. It's just Clea. It's just one person she's just a expert saboteur of sorts, and she's just able to blend in and just like, you imagine like a lifetime of holding those skills under Luthen, and just to kind of, you know, use all of that to just pay him back in the same way. It's great. It's great.
And then, Andrew, you know, we really get into the last real story, or the last real plot beat of the show, which is the rescue of Clea from Coruscant. One scene I want to shut up before we actually get underway and arrive back on Coruscant to rescue Clea is I love this. I can't tell if they're playing. I don't think they're playing Sabacc. They're playing some other game.
No, yeah, it's something else.
Where, what's his name? Melshi or something.
Yeah, Melshi.
Yeah, where Melshi and Cass and K2 are playing this game, and we learn it's like the 863rd game or something.
Yeah.
And they're just drinking and they're having this just, you know, fun moment.
Boys' night.
They're preying on K2's programming and making him, you know, put him in this position where he's trying to bluff and he's this droid, he can't quite do it. I just thought that the dynamic between them was so great, and I love that we make space for little scenes like that. And by the way, just a filmmaking point, the way that scene is shot, that continually rotating 360 shot, is very, very cool. I just love that whole scene. It's just worth shouting out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were playing either, but I just, yeah, like they're kind of playing off he's gonna think like a droid, right? He's gonna think much more logically, more calculating, and then apparently Melshi talks about like he like something along the lines where K2 says that like the risk he's showing all of a sudden doesn't seem to like it's gonna pay off statistically, and Melshi's kind of like, hey, like that's, you know, that's kind of like what being like something along the lines of like how like droid programming or whatever like is very different from like, you know, an organic person or like thinking, but it's just nice seeing Cass like laughing and being in the moment, because it's not something we usually see. We usually see him in a very tense situation for the duration of these 2 seasons, and now he's kind of just relaxed, and they're kind of just like they're off Coruscant, they're kind of just they're on Yavin, they're just amongst friends. It's gonna be something we're gonna see again later on with Mothma, but just I like this kind of the levity, kind of letting things breathe and kind of reminding like this is kind of like what it's all about, really, is to have more of these moments, right? Everything they're doing for is to have like happiness, right? Basically happiness in this little brief window of it. But yeah, I enjoy that scene. And then we have Clea, she comes back to their apartment, to the hideout that Cass was in earlier, and now she's like she's like why is she breaking this wall? What's in the wall? Is that an escape or whatever, right? And again, going back to like their like very high level thinking in terms of like contingencies upon contingencies upon contingencies. She pulls out this old dusty looking like oh, there's like another like Morse code machine thing that I guess Wilman has like the other pair of, and just she's a little like because wait, is at this point where they all know, right? They figured out who she is, right? Because we had like the hologram of her head in the ISB headquarters, right? They figured out who she was. Like she was like avoiding cameras, looking down most of the time, but eventually she slipped up or something, and they found her, right? And so they put out that they want her found, but they don't put out that she's a rebel because they're sympathizers. So they come up with this weird narrative of her being a contagious or some kind of like disease or something.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, diseased, escape from the hospital, and putting the general public health at risk.
There you go, yeah. And go ahead.
But well, yeah. So you know, she ends up back in here, and she's using Luthen's old tech to send out as analog as you can get in Star Wars, a Morse code message on this very old esoteric frequency that Wilman's illicit radio picks up, right?
Yeah.
And we get Cass, Melshi, and K2 back out for one final extraction. By the way, I love the U-Wing. I don't
Yeah.
think I ever quite realized how much I love the U-Wing until these last couple episodes. It's a great ship. It's an awesome ship.
I like the retractable wings that go like back. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. But we arrived to Coruscant, but unfortunately that, thanks to Dedra, who is still at least useful enough for Heist. Did we decide? Hey, what's the name of the Imperial that takes over?
Oh, Hirt.
Hirt.
The subtitles, it's for the subtitle Heert.
There we go.
Hirt. Yeah.
Well, so here it goes back to Dedra in her cell and is clued in to keep an eye on these sorts of analog frequencies. And by unfortunate chance, Luthen didn't totally destroy the communications equipment in their shop. And now we have this very desperate and from the audience's point of view, extremely tense, dual-pronged hunt for Clea. We have Cass and Melshi entering the apartment complex with this tactical team with Hirt and a fully, kitted out to the nines, ostensibly SWAT team of Imperials, hot on their heels, and the comms are out.
Mm-hmm. They're jamming them. Yeah.
And this is where we get K2SO gets to, as Zoe Rose Bryant said aptly, gets to aura farm a little bit.
Oh god.
And gets to come out. And what did you make of this whole scene? Because I think it's expertly handled.
Are we talking about like the rival to the end, or just with K2SO?
I'm talking about the whole raid, because I think what's great about it is that there's so many moving pieces. You have Cassian and Melshi finding Clea and the argument about Yavin. You have the Imperials encroaching, and then you have K2, the only one knowing where everybody is. I think all of these things intersect in a really exciting way.
I like how it feels like a parallel again to season 1, where we have Syril arriving on Ferrix with his little chubby squad of industrial like security. It feels a lot like that now, kind of thing, where Hirt is now in a position where he's clearly the one who's kind of out of his depth, but he has to tag along with this group of like Imperials. And they give him like his own suit of armor and stuff to go out with them. The whole I find it so ironic, again, talking about the Empire eating its own, where like once stuff starts going down with K2SO, they need backup, but unfortunately their resources are so tied up putting out the APB about the supposed diseased Clea out there, that there is no backup to be able to arrive, because they spun this lie that's so grand that they have to follow through with the lie now, and now there's no one available to back them up. So I thought that was really kind of funny how they kind of just shot themselves in the foot with that. But K2SO again, I mean, I was kind of wondering, like, damn, why didn't we get K2SO early in the season? It's like, oh yeah, that's right, because he's kind of like a cheat code. You having K2SO around here just got like, he's like, oh, like we didn't order I forgot it's like, oh, we didn't order for an enforcer. I forget the actual designation they gave him, but like, oh, we didn't order for, and then he just like swats the guy off the balcony, just so nonchalant, just knocks him over the edge, and he just comes in. And there's like a guy guarding the elevator, and he's like, oh, we didn't call, and he's just again, he doesn't need weapons. He just pummels he's just like the melee guy. He just pummels the crap out of everybody. And I love how when they're at the end of the corridor. First of all, I love how the Imperials are going from apartment to apartment, and they're seeing like all these like people just living their lives. And it's like, no, the signal's not here. Oh, it's coming from the floor above. And like, it's those moments when they're going to the wrong apartments. It kind of reminds me, again, the real life parallel of how you see like these people who accidentally get like into shootouts because like the police have like the wrong house or something. It kind of reminded me of that a little bit, which I thought was kind of unfortunate and funny in a way too. But how they're using this little device to like locate the source of the signal. Real quick, you remember the one Imperial who's back at the antiquity shop, who she's like very impressed with Luthen's layout, with his setup. She's like, oh, like they actually like piggybacked like the power from like an Imperial like next door. It's like, it's like very and the guy's like sort of like now's not the time to be impressed by I love that little like humanizing the Empire just a little bit. I thought that was kind of funny. But back to like the main thing of them going to place, and they catch up. And I love when Cassian gets there, just a little secret knock on the door. Clea is like, this whole time she's been pacing back and forth, kind of just like restless, like she's like not knowing for sure if like they're gonna show up or anything. And then when she opens the door, after not seeing him for like I don't know how long, she's like, "Of course it would be you," she says to Cass. And they come in. She, again, she doesn't know what's going to happen to her. She has to immediately pass on all the keywords that she knows. Death Star, Urso, Kyber, Jeddah, all that stuff, right? She has to pass it on. They have some time to kind of talk about what's been going on. Like, oh yeah, like Luthen's not here. Like he obviously didn't make it. And meanwhile, the Imperials are going from room to room. They finally go up to where they are. They get to the hallway. And I love how they they tell Melshi to freeze. And he's like, don't move. And he's just like, immediately runs off. And so now they don't know what's around the corner, right? So they have like this kind of tense standoff. They send out feels very Call of Duty, send out a stun grenade around the corner to not basically shocks and Clea gets knocked out. I was a little worried for Clea. I was a little worried at this point. I wasn't sure if she was going to survive. I thought I don't know, maybe the concussion was too strong for her. And she's knocked out. Melshi and, Cass are the only ones that are, firing. And then finally K2SO catches up. He catches up, just whacking people left and right. You see they're kind of getting an idea that something's distracting them because Cass starts to poke out and the guys are up front are distracted. And then we see that really funny, that really dope shot where he has Hirt. He's holding Hirt as his personal, he's just taking all the shots. The guy's dead already. He's just taking all the shots for K2SO. And then we just see, again, no weapons. He just pummels the head of the stormtrooper, the really buff guy. He just knocks him out, and K2 just walks in. And it reminds me a lot of in Rogue One where where Jin shoots the other KX droid. And he's like, you knew that wasn't me, right? It felt kind of very just when he comes in. And I don't remember if it's at this point or another point where he's like, I think this kind of, he says a line along the lines of, I think any doubts about my usefulness have been put to rest or something. It's a really another great hallway action scene.
Yeah, it is. There was a mention of an episode that was planned but didn't end up actually getting made, where it's gonna be more of a horror thing with K2SO.
Yeah, I heard about that. It was supposed to be
and you can feel that vibe for sure in the hallway as he has here, and this is just this dank place, and K2SO is just advancing down the hallway. And K2SO is just such a great character because the juxtaposition of the terror and power of the KX droid with the I don't even know how you describe it. That's just very
Terminator-esque.
but there's K2SO has this very straight man personality, but also the sass to him, which I like. There's a lot to K2SO which I really like, and
the line where he tells Jin I'm here, I'm here for you too, but Cass said I had to be, or something like that.
Yeah. Or the line a little bit later on after this rescue has been a success, and Bale has come to speak to
that person
Cass,
you don't like is here.
Yeah. I love K2SO, but seeing this unfeeling side, that hardwired just killer KX droid in K2 in that hallway is crazy. Crazy.
There's also that line where he's up when they're arriving, and Melshi talks about how he's never been to Coruscant before, and K2's like, I have. I was in a march, or I was in a parade. It's 200 other KX droids. He's like, the Emperor was there. He's just kind of pointing out, but the way he kind of says oh, the Emperor was there. It's interesting to kind of see him I don't know, and I feel the most part Cassian kind of just ignores him. He really doesn't pay much attention to him. He'll say things and he just kind of just slides right off of him. I just find it funny.
Yeah, I like that funny. Their dynamic is super super funny. I love when they're back on the U-wing. They've gotten Clea on the ship and they're taking off, and Cassian will not say thank you to K2, and you can tell that Cassian is he has this bond and rapport with K2, but he just will never give him that kind of credit.
Yeah.
I really like that. But we get back to Yavin, and then we are essentially in what is a protracted denouement for our characters and ramp up directly into Rogue One.
Gotta get the haircuts lined up, gotta get the outfits, everything.
Yes, I think we can kind of just go through the characters now. Um,
That belongs.
yeah, I think we were talking earlier about Luthen and the distrust of Luthen. The sort of continued infighting broadly is interesting, right?
Hmm.
You have Bale now, and I like we see Bale on Yavin, and you almost breathe a sigh of relief, right? Because we in episode 10, or sorry, episode 9, he's like, to Mon, you have to go ahead now. I'll see you in a year, and then, well, you know, BBY1, here he is a year later,
Yeah.
and they're on Yavin together, which is nice. But the politics here of, I think it's Mon that says to Bale, it's harder than being in the Senate, isn't it? After after they're on with Saw, and they're like, Saw, we know you're on Jeddah. He's like, fucking idea where I am, and everyone's like, there's like a funny refrain later when Cassian's talking to the general, and they're talking about where Saw is, and even Cassie's like, oh yeah, he's on Jeddah, right? Like everybody knows he's on Jeddah, but he, like, Saw will not admit that he's on Jeddah, which I love.
Yeah, like he's like they're spies, like, and you're spying on me, and they deny it, and then like afterwards they're like, no, yeah, we have a spy with them actually.
I like that we continue. We're organized now, we're together, but there's still politicking. There's still disagreements, right? There's Cassian always breaking the protocol. You have Bale and Mon and slightly different sides. This whole council, right? They're still trying to get set up. It's interesting because this sort of highlights the strange position Andor is in as a show, because its epilogue is also the on-ramp to a movie, which is the on-ramp to another movie, right?
It's true. Yeah.
People are like, oh, this leads right into Rogue One. It's like, yeah, you mean like how Rogue One literally leads right into A New Hope?
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you make of, broadly speaking, life on Yavin now? The command structure, the people, everything. What do you make of where we've gotten to from where we began at the start of the season?
I mean, I think like we talked about a little bit how like during episode 7, the beginning of the third arc, how it kind of seemed abrupt how they were already on Yavin, but like,
yeah,
you have to remember too that like during the first arc of season 2, when Cass is there to meet I can't remember the guy's name, Pargo, whatever his name was. Like obviously there was some, and then with the other band of rebels there, obviously this Yavin 4 has already been a hotspot for rebel activity in general. It's obviously been a slow build. And it's possible they might have already had maybe some setup off screen in one of those temples we see in the background during that first arc. It's like there's some rebel presence. So maybe it wasn't like all of a sudden kind of thing, right? It's just been like a gradual build up that we just haven't seen on screen. But yeah, we have I like how we have Admiral Radis, the other Mon Calamari. He's there too in the background. We get I did watch Rogue One actually again after not the same night, but the next night over. And the line where Cass talks about he's like, let them know we're coming back, like in a stolen like vehicle. And it's like, oh, because here, like when they leave and they come back and they are coming back with Clay, like let them know, like, we're coming back, like not to blast us out of the sky or whatever, right? So there's a little more context for that. But we have I think his name Draven, I think that's the guy's name, Draven, the one who kind of checks Cassian over, like about, where he says about like something about like leaving, and Cass like the day they have to like check in or whatever is like the day I'm gone or something like that. So we have Draven there. We have the other senator, I forgot her, Palmo. I can't remember the name, but we have like the command structure is basically here pretty much. Most of the command structure is here. Mothma finally has her full like pixie cut haircut now to line up with Rogue One and Return of the Jedi. And like everything's pretty much set up. I like how like can we just get to where like Clea like wakes up and sees all so like Clea, after she wanders off in the rain, right after that part, and Vel brings her back, and then the next day she sees Melshi running with the troops, and we see that one alien guy from Scarif. I can't remember, he has like a very scrungy, what's that word you said that's like ugly cute, that one word scrungly, there you go. Like he has like this very kind of like scrunched up, like shrunken pygmy head kind of face. And we see them like they're training. Melshi's leading them in a march, like they're kind of training. And like Clea kind of sees, like you even mentioned in the Discord chat, like how she sees the payoff for all that they've kind of done. Like here's the physical, tangible proof of the payoff of all their sacrifices. We have an organized military, we have a navy, army, whatever you want to call it, right? Of these rebels. But yeah, we have like we've seen the whole command structure is pretty much like lined up. We have I think pretty much everybody. I'm trying to think of, is there anyone from Rogue One of the major? I think there's like one or two senators that are missing from that big, when Jin says rebellion's rebellion, that big round table discussion when everybody's in the room. But it's pretty much all lined up at this point. Everybody's there.
Yeah, I think what I really appreciate a lot about where the show ends is that it highlights the human cost of organizing this, and it highlights I think you said it beautifully earlier, Andrew, sort of what we're fighting for, right? Because a moment you mentioned on the Discord is when Mon is sitting with Vel side by side eating in the barracks, right? Like they built a life for themselves and a purpose that, like Luthen only dreamt about. And then for Clea to see it. Yeah. It goes back, I think, to the power of the individual, which is something I really like about this show. Like this the power of the individual only goes so far. And I think that's something that the show is interested in talking about. Tony Gilroy had this interesting quote about how like people got to realize that, I didn't say it this way, but paraphrasing, like people don't realize how insignificant their individuality actually is. Like we are part of something larger, right? And I think all these disparate characters who we think of as very singular, seeing them together as part of this larger, not just military operation, but this larger cultural, social movement for freedom and for equity is really amazing. It's a beautiful note to end things on. Like to bring Clea out of hiding and into a community is important. When Cassian like jokes with her, this isn't the hero's welcome. I promised you. When he's sent to his quarters and she's sent to the med bay by herself. In reality, yes, there are heroes of the rebellion, and we've been naming them, and Luthen is one, and Luthen set this in motion, and Clea helped, and Mon helped, and Bale helped, and all these people helped, but they are in fact all part of something larger. I think that's a beautiful note. I think that's again, if we're talking about these big picture takeaways of Andor, this power in the community. The power of the individual when contributing to the right cause is so key.
And I think this is when Nemec's speech starts again, right? I think this is when it starts playing. At first I thought I like the transition where it's like it's played like to us, the audience, and then when we transition over to Partagaz ISB headquarters, and then we like it changes like, oh, it's being played over like the speakers, like a radio or something. I think this is the part, right? I believe this is the part because it starts when it's like focused on Clea, and then the transitions. Yeah, Partagaz, he's there and alone. He's just listening. He's just listening to Nemec, and I like how I forget the other supervisor comes in. He says like, I've been told to like escort you to down. And Partagaz kind of like he acknowledges, but he's still listening to this. He's like, have you heard this? He's like bits and pieces of it. Yeah. He's like something about he says along the lines of like, who do you think it is? Like, and that I don't know why, but that line kind of caught me where like it's nobody. Like it's really not any. I love how he's like who do you think it is? Like he's thinking it has to be somebody significant, right? Or it has to be like is this someone we can track down almost, or like is this someone of importance? Like at least that's what I got from the line when he asked like, who do you think it is? And the beauty of it is it's not even a person who's even alive anymore, but in the grand scheme of things, it was just a nobody. Nemec was he was along for the heist. He didn't even survive the heist. And I thought that this manifesto, which we talked a lot about during season 1, because I just love how Cass, it's like the thing that really radicalizes Cass, I think, in a way. And just to have it now this like he was still, Nemec was still working on it, Abram, when he passed away. Like, he even talks about like, oh, like he's like, oh yeah, it's not done. I'm still like adding more to it. And then like now we get here to the end, and now it's spreading. It's spreading now. It's spreading. Like he's like, and the other ISB director says like, oh yeah, it's hard to contain. Like it's like going everywhere.
Yeah.
And it reminds me going back to a part in season 1. If you remember the first time we were introduced to Party Guys in season 1, where he asks everybody in the room like, what is the mission directive of the ISB? And they say, oh, we do security. And he's like, wrong. Or he says something about like his like he puts in the words of like a pathogen of like a disease, right? He's like, we're in charge of routing out a disease or like stopping the spread of like a plague or something. And then here it is, Abram. Here is the Nemec's manifesto spreading everywhere. Very much like how he said, kind of like and he's failed. At this point, it's everywhere. They can't stop the spread. Just how they couldn't barely stop Mon Mothma, let alone this speech that has no like specific origin or play. It's just spread everywhere now, and like just to see him like so defeated at the end, like we come back, full circle, and just like, oh, this is just like, and then like he says like it does like, oh, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter who it is. Like it's like you're done, and just he says something along the lines of like can I have a moment to gather my thoughts, right? And then as soon as he walked out and the doors closed, I'm like, oh, like he's gonna off himself. And then we see him put the blaster out. Abram puts out the blaster, sits down, puts out the blaster. I'm like, and then right, and the stormtroopers react, and the guy's like he knows like it's done, and just like, dang, like we talked earlier about how the chain of command of like everyone answers to somebody else, answers to everybody else, and it's like whether it was Syril being a pawn, Dedra being a pawn, and then we're going to see Kendrick, Krennic being a pawn, and like and Partagas in the end, he too like it's just crazy to see the ISB like the Imperials just eat themselves, like you said, eat themselves alive. They like destroying their own chain of command, really, to the point where like who's the next highest ranking person, that probably the dude who's going to take him down, right? I think this is the only within this matter of weeks or whatever, he's probably the highest ranked ISB official now, and it's just it's crazy.
Yeah, I think you're alerting us something really important again about the message of the show, right? That these Imperial characters, extending to Krennic and Rogue One, are after personal glory. Mm-hmm. We're standing. What's the Krennic quote?
He says, "We're standing amidst my achievement."
Yeah, it's about this individual. It's about the individual, and the individual always fails, and the individual kills himself in Partagas, or gets thrown into Narkina 2 or Narkina 7 in the case of Dedra. And then you have all these other people on the rebellion side who are contributing something larger, right? And they're martyrs, and then there's martyrdom, and this is a facet of the show and of the rebellion, but it's not as though Luthen, is now the hero, right? It's everybody is what we belong to something Luthen started. He pushed the ball down the hill, and we're and it's gathering all of us up. And I really like that message. And I think Partagas' suicide and then Dedra's imprisonment is really an apt way to draw contrast between what the rebels give themselves to versus the exploitation and oppression that these Imperials use to try to get individual glory.
Yeah.
One other note I just like about Dedra being in a Narkina prison. There's a lot of people like the irony of Cassian being at Narkina 5 building pieces for the Death Star. I think there's something even more poetic about Dedra doing the same.
Probably for the second one.
Yeah, going from being this instrumental force in this operation to get the materials to power the Death Star to being, in this extremely harsh prison.
Technically, she's still working on the project. Technically,
still working on the project, but yeah, and obviously we see Cassian suit up to go out on his mission, which will bring us directly into Rogue One. Get the jacket on, get the blaster. get everything and get off on his way. And of course then we end properly with Bix. And we talked
with
about
B2 emo, Abram.
and he's got a friend now. He found a little friend.
Abram, I cannot stress enough how happy I was. If you remember, I asked like, "What about B2?" And like,
Yeah.
here he is. And he's like, he's got a little droid friend, and they're racing. He's like, let's do another race. And I'm like, oh, like there he is. He gets his happy ending.
And he's with Bix, so.
And he's with Vix, yeah.
And we talked about obviously the beauty of that ending, but
I think it was at this point where I think this is like the second time. That was the second time I kind of teared up, was at the end, seeing like in the wheat field, kind of reminded me of Gladiator, the fields of Elysium kind of thing. She's going out there, and like the camera kind of lingers on her for a while, and just Star Wars gets me. It really gets me.
and it's also we have to assume, right, that's Mina Rao, just based on and obviously Mina Rao is this place of immense violence and trauma for Bix, so to reclaim it,
I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
For it to be this place of beauty and safety for her now is also a sign of how far the rebellion has come. But
do you think, Abram, real quick, do you think Vel, this part where Vel kind of tells Cassian that he should reconnect with her, like later on in the episode, about how like she kind of has an idea of where she doesn't tell him exactly, but she knows where she is. Do you think, obviously she didn't tell about the baby, but do you think she knew about the baby while Cass was still alive?
She must have known about the baby.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
But that's Andor. I said in the Discord yesterday, Andrew, that it's just like literally my earliest memories relate to Star Wars. I try to think back, and like as I said in Discord, like I can't really remember something earlier than when I was a little kid of maybe 3 or 4, picking up this Darth Vader toy and wanting to know kind of more about him. And
you're like Bix, when she says she remembers she can't remember a time where she didn't know him. That's you with Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, every chapter of my life, there's never been a time ever when it's like, oh, I don't like Star Wars anymore. Never. Star Wars has been something I've loved my entire life.
Mm-hmm. Same.
My entire life, 20 years at this point, right? And to have this show that in a real meaningful way aged with us, but not in a way that like turns its back on what Star Wars is. Sometimes you think of like a property aging up and getting more edgy or more mature or whatever, and it feels like it's not in keeping with what came before it, right?
With the spirit of it, yeah.
I think what's amazing about Andor is that yes, it is so thematically rich, and it is at this level of craft and ideology that is above a lot of other Star Wars material. It doesn't have disdain for Star Wars by any stretch of the imagination. It loves Star Wars, and it deepens the emotion and the themes and the world of Star Wars in such a genuine way. Like I can't even believe that we have something that has, in these, what is it, 24 episodes between the 2 seasons? I forget how many are in season 1.
Yeah, sounds right. No,
I think so.
Yeah.
These about 24 episodes have added so much to this thing I've loved and made me look at it differently, but differently for the better. It's just, I can't believe it. I truly can't believe Andor. I mean, it's rare that something like a work comes along like this that puts a new light, shows something you've loved for your whole life in a new light and makes you love it even more. Yeah. That's the best praise I can give to it. Beyond its political resonance, beyond the craft, beyond everything that makes it what it is. At the heart of all of that is the fact that it just simply deepens Star Wars in a real, genuine way. Not in a, oh, here's a novel that's good and like explains what a character was doing this portion of time way, which is cool. And I'd never want to become and I one of the people was like, "Oh, Andor is so good, it makes everything else look like shit." Because I don't believe that. But
I
there's some.
mean,
Well, this is tricky, right?
I wouldn't put in those words.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Andor exists on a plane that's untouchable. I think.
Yeah.
As much as I love the core saga episodes, I think that this is a level of craft and focus that is above most of them.
Sure.
But like, it's such a holistic addition to the canon and the ideology of Star Wars that
it's
like
more additive than
yeah, it's just like there's nothing else like it. Nothing else can do what Andor did, and to have it complete and be as good as it is the whole way through, to not miss for a moment, to not get caught up in the hype of season 1 and push things too far, to stay even keel, to stick the landing. It's just, I can't believe that they did it.
Yeah.
No, that's it. I just can't believe that they did it. I just love it so much.
I don't remember if you remember this, Abram. It was after Andor season 1, but before obviously this. I don't know if we were talking about we were doing Acolyte or we were doing Skeleton Crew. I can't remember which one it was. But yeah. I expressed my concern at the end about Andor season 2. It's like, oh man, like that was it the writer strike, or was it that some kind of strike happened during the? It's like, oh man, what if it suffers? Like, what if it's not as? I was worried. What if it's not as good as season 1, Abram?
Yeah,
it's better. It's better than season 1. Honestly, I feel it's just seeing. I think I've been seeing this tweet going around about like, I guess like never in the history of like TV has there been like 5 on IMDb, like 5 episodes rated 9.5 or higher in a row. And like, yeah, the last 6 episodes of this season are just so strong. And then it's crazy to think that like that's like not just for like within the show, like every episode for me is like a banger. Like you said, there is never an episode where I'm like, that wasn't good. Now, during the second arc, I thought it was a little slow, but I never for a minute said it wasn't good. It was all good, just all the way through. For something to be so consistently good all the way through, like it's like it's like one of those things within Star Wars where like, no, the Star Wars, a lot of people are divided, prequels, sequels, no one can say anything bad about Andor. And there's maybe a handful of people say it's boring, but like no one takes them seriously. No one really, they're just trolling, or they're looking for reactions or whatever. They're looking for engagement. But like this is like one of the few unifying things in Star Wars. Like damn, like I can't say it's not good, because it is good. It's just really, really good. And it's like, and we both express the sentiments like we just witnessed something that we're probably never going to see again. And in some ways that's like, it's sad and bittersweet, but at the same time, it's like maybe not everything needs to be Andor, and that's okay. That's okay. But it's like it reminds me of like, I don't know if you ever heard that. I'm kind of like twisting the quote. It's like, let them say that like I lived in the time of such and such, and I walked amongst such and like, let them say, Abram, that I was alive during the run of Andor season 1 and 2. like it's like, oh man, like it's just, and then you see like the interviews and like you see like the such love they have for this, and I find it so funny that like the Gilroy's not even like a huge Star Wars fan. Like he like. Did you see that interview where he talks about like how he started watching like the first season of Mandalorian, and then he had to stop because he wasn't he's like he started comparing what he was doing with Mandalorian. He's like, oh, like I'm not sure if it's gonna be good, like if I keep watching this, like, and it's like you had nothing to be worried about, man. Like it's just, it's like a once in a generational kind of thing. And like, and I'm so glad to see like people even outside of Star Wars fandom who are like people who like you mentioned that critic earlier. Like I'm seeing a lot of people right now who are like, who are not into Star Wars, who are watching Andor and are like, oh, this is as good as Breaking Bad or as good as my favorite TV show. And it's like, yes, like I love that Andor is like going beyond Star Wars, and like maybe it's going to pull people in to be more curious. And it's like, we can't promise it's all as good as this, but like maybe now maybe you're willing to give it a shot, or at least kind of dip your toes into the universe that you were more apprehensive about before.
100%. I mean, if you think back to what Star Wars was when the original trilogy was new, I mean, that was a phenomenon, and it was really so open. You could come to it, and anybody could enjoy that, right? And I think that was like there's like diminishing returns in that front. Even the stuff I love, right? Especially nowadays, like I love Ahsoka. I love a lot of these Star Wars shows. You know, we watch everything on Disney Plus. We love all this stuff, but a lot of it is for Star Wars fans, right?
Right.
I mean, I think that we'll see how like Mandalorian and Grogu is able to do. I know Mandalorian in particular, which I think is the other high watermark for Star Wars TV on the set of Andor, in different ways, of course, especially season 1 and part of season 2. We don't have to relitigate Mandalorian here. Like, a lot of Star Wars is for Star Wars fans, but then you get something like The Mandalorian that pulls my dad back in, who like loves Star Wars when he was a kid, and then, you know, through me saw the new stuff, but, you know, like that really sparked a love of Star Wars for him, to where he's seen everything now. You know, he's seen all the shows.
He's watched Andor?
Yeah, he's seen everything. Cool. He's seen my dad, who's going to definitely be watching right now. He's seen every Star Wars show. He loves them. He loves them now, and I show this off all the time. I'll show it off again because I never need another reason to, but I always take one. Right? He made me this Razor Crest. And like the thought that now Andor can be for a lot of people what Mandalorian was for my dad, and for a lot of other Star Wars fans, is really great. I think having these touchstones that takes the franchise a new direction, gives people a new entry point, is just important, and it's something that I hope, you know, they continue to investigate. I want Ahsoka season 2. I can't wait for Ahsoka season 2.
Yeah.
To see Thrawn and for all of this, like,
Anakin
really.
too.
Yeah, and Anakin, like, all that stuff is awesome to me, right? But I'm really excited for whatever that next thing is going to be, like Andor, like Mando. Not necessarily speaking about quality, but speaking about new appeals.
Right.
So, yeah, I love this show. It's my favorite Star Wars story. Period. Yeah. I said it after season 1, and if I said it after season 1, it's like quadruply true after season 2. I just. Man, I can't believe it. And obviously we'll talk more about it with a good friend Steve in another episode. But Andrew, as we close out this mega, if I add all the pieces together, it's gonna be like almost 5 hours long, discussion of Andor. Is there anything else you want to add before we sign off?
No, I think we kind of covered it all, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. So I guess there's nothing else to do than for you, Andrew, to like the great Bail Organa gets to say in episode 12 in the finale. You get to take us out with that famous phrase.
Is it Sky and Stone? No. One Way Out? No. There's a whole galaxy out there waiting to discuss to you? No. I have friends everywhere. That's it. No. Calibrate your enthusiasm, Abram. No. Rebellions are built on hope? No. Oh! I got it. May the Force be with you.